I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Gichiguanash, Nani Buena Migueche Wendanda. Nani Buena Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of His Holiness Pope Francis, Howard G. Ashbourne, Wendy Bishop, Gladys Ann Clune, and Christina Huang. Thank you. Mayor Cha?
I was deeply saddened by the death of Pope Francis, a man who embodied mercy, unconditional and universal love. His humility and dedication to the poor and the most vulnerable served as an inspiration for billions around the world. Whether they were living in poverty, in need of justice, living in danger or in despair, his conviction was that ending suffering was his mission of doing God's will and making heaven on earth. He was a living example of love and hope. Never rushing to judgment, he saw the person who was suffering and not the rule they were breaking. He was not dogmatic and not afraid of change and all the challenges it brings. In this, Pope Francis lived an authentic life. His preaching and his daily convictions were one of the same. Today, we join with Catholics and people of all faiths and nations to offer our condolences. May we find the courage, the passion, and dedication to build a more caring world.
Thank you. And just a comment, when I was at church for Easter Sunday, we prayed for the Pope, and when I watched on TV that he actually blessed, he did a blessing for everyone that Easter Sunday, and then shocked the next day when I heard that he passed away. So, you know, it's very sad for a lot of, for everyone, not just Catholics, for everyone. And no, he came to Canada a few years ago, which was amazing, and he spoke. And I think we'll remember him and be in our hearts. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepen our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Mayor Chow, do you wish to make an announcement? Oh, sorry, you did that already. Okay, it's in my script. Councillor Coe is not here. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Moyes. All those in favor? Carried. Members, there is an administrative inquiry under Council's procedures. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information referred to a Council committee. We have administrative inquiry 29.1 from Councillor Perks requesting a transparent...
I'll move receipt.
Okay, would you want to... Okay, but I haven't finished talking. Okay. Okay. Let me finish, because everyone's going off topic this morning. Okay, so we have administrative inquiry 29.1 from Councillor Perks requesting a transparent, clear, and fair consultation process regarding the proposed demonstrations bylaw to protect vulnerable institutions. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Perks?
Microphone. Oh, there we are. Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. In accordance with council procedure, I move receipt of the item.
Okay, Councillor Perks is moving receipt. On favor? Carried. Councillor Ainsley?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition to move.
Okay, well, do you want to wait till I get to the petition?
Sorry, I thought we were...
Okay.
I thought
Wow, we're really off the agenda today. I know, but petitions come later on. Okay. It is on the agenda, but later. No. Okay. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
Yes, I do. There are, I rise to introduce the agenda from meeting 22 of the executive, listed on the agenda, executive committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. And there are some key items on there, and we will discuss it, especially the ones on purpose-built rental housing. I think we want to build more homes, and our economic action plan in response to the United States tariff. There's an update that's worth taking a look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce a Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I do.
I'd like to move that report from meeting 24 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Also excited to announce that Diana Chan McNally has now been appointed as a public member to the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. She is a fierce advocate for the unhoused, and I think many of us appreciate the work that she does to give voice to people in our city who don't have a voice. I look forward to her contribution to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the report for meeting 19 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. I just want to highlight the good news around the excellent work that's been done with animal services and municipal licensing and standards, and kudos to Councillor Fletcher for her commitment to address dangerous dogs in our city, and I think we've seen real progress. It's excellent news. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce General Government and Committee report.
I do, Madam Speaker. Good morning. That the report from meeting number 20 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis Lynn, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
I do. Thank you, Speaker. My motion is that the report from meeting 20 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Yes, good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 20 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
The motion on the screen. Yes, I'd like to move the report from meeting 8 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
I do, and good morning, Speaker. That the report from meeting 21 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 22 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. Thank you. That the report from meeting number 21 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Now, the report from meeting 21 of Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. If I can please ask for some quiet, please, staff. Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business from the mayor and city officials? A move by Councillor Carroll, if you can just read the motion. Oh, sorry.
There we are. That new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. At this time, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Carroll?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. NY 22.1, number 1 Broadlands Boulevard. I declare an interest in that. I live inside the notice area of the development. In fact, it's right at the end of my block.
Thank you. Okay, now I will call for petitions. There you are, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition signed by 6,808 people. It reads, Dear Toronto City Council, the nightlife sector in Toronto has been facing challenges for many years, from the disappearances of venues to the devastating effect of COVID. There are fewer and fewer opportunities for people to come together, dance, and maybe have a drink. These spaces are vital to creating an enjoyable city to live in, creating platforms for local emerging artists, and deepening community connections. They also contribute to the essential multi-billion-dollar nightlife economy, which employs over 300,000 Torontonians. Public special occasion permits play a critical role in supporting the development of the community-based events that contribute to Toronto's vitality and reputation as a cultural capital. Further restricting the ability of events to use SOPs will be detrimental to the cultural fabric of Toronto and further damage an already struggling industry. Through the existence of the Night Economy Review process, over 3,300 residents and key stakeholders were engaged to co-develop recommendations to better Toronto's nightlife. This report has many different highlights. The report also discusses the importance of do-it-yourself spaces and the mobility of culture for 2S LGBTQ+ Torontonians. As more event spaces are lost every year, increasing venue flexibility, another solution identified by the Night Economy Review, becomes more important. Furthermore, given there is only one application stream for public special occasion permits, if successful, this process change would result in undue burdens and delays for organizers of a wide variety of events. We as organizers, attendees, and supporters of Toronto's most important nightlife events know better than most that the current process is far from perfect. Sustainable, equitable solutions that move the city's stated nightlife goals forward in an appropriate manner requires due consideration. We urge you to consider the negative impact the change will have on Toronto's nightlife, culture, and economy. We urge you to consider the existing night economy plans and to engage in proper consultation before requesting changes to the existing process. Signed by 6,808 Torontonians. And just a reminder, there is a Night Economy Town Hall on April 30th at Massey Hall. It's actually fully booked, and there's a virtual waiting list of 500 people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further petitions, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise this morning to introduce a petition put forward by students of Albert Campbell Collegiate in my ward, which calls for improved safety on Burnwood Boulevard. The petition was started by Ricky Chen, a former Albert Campbell student who is now studying transportation engineering. Their petition is in response to an accident that occurred in my ward involving a student who was struck and killed by a distracted driver. The motion advocates for improved road safety and greater consultation in terms of how we design our roads and who they are designed for. The motion is also a demonstration of the civic engagement of many young people in Ward 23. It shows that young people are leaders in our communities, they care, they're engaged, and they're involved with making their community a better place. This motion also demonstrates that when they put their collective voices together in action, Council can listen and will respond. I want to thank each student who signed and shared the petition. Your voices have made a real difference, and 218 people have signed so far. You are helping to build a safer, better, and more compassionate Toronto.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further petitions? All those in favor of receiving the petitions, raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will not review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 29.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have 5 deferred items before us today: GG 19.27, TE 20.40, TE 20.55, DM 29.1, and DM 29.2. The mayor has designated item IE 20.3 headed Congestion Management Plan 2025 update as their first key matter and first item of business today. Members, with the mayor's consent, I would propose that the mayor's first key matter be considered together with IE 20.2 Annual Strategic Capital Coordination Report, as they both relate to reducing congestion and getting Toronto moving. Mayor Cha, would you consent to the joining of these items?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The mayor has designated item EX 22.10 headed Build More Homes, Identifying Opportunities for More Purpose-Built Rental Housing as their second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that I propose to be considered together if they are held. Items 20.55, T 20.55, and DM 29.2 relating to the Ontario line and heavy truck haul routes. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold, and I will not go through the items to take additional holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can please place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. So we're going to do the deferred items first. Oh, they're all held. Okay. Okay, now we'll go to the executive committee. Councillor Chernes-Lynn, executive.
So I'm not on the executive committee, but I did have a request to consider item NY 2227, which is the naming of J. Robinson Park.
No, but hold on. That's later.
Okay.
Okay, we're just going through the executive committee now. If there are any holds, Councillor Holiday.
Yes, Speaker. I would like to hold EX 22.5 amendments to Municipal Code Chapter 190, polling and notification, including lowering the polling age. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
I'd like to hold, Madam Speaker, EX 22.2.
Thank you. And can you read out the item when you hold it down, please?
Is the Advancing the George Street Revitalization Project.
Thank you. Okay. Civic appointments. Economic and Community Development Committee report. No? General Government and Committee report. Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold GG 20.12, litigation arising from the rehabilitation of Section 1 of the FG Gardner Expressway, Jarvis Street to Cherry Street, all wards. There's a supplementary report coming and it's not ready yet.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I just couldn't get on CMP, but under EX, no, never mind. I'll just hold that and I'll let it go later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Infrastructure and Environment Committee report. Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to hold IE 20.5, transition of the Blue Box program to extended producer responsibility.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, it was time specific. My apologies.
Okay. Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold IE 20.11, changing of the night of garbage collection for the West End, Ossington, Queen West College Promenade areas. I have an amendment to make that one of the BIAs asked me to make, so I'll hold it.
Planning and housing. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I held a number of items, and I'm going to go through and see if I can release a few of them. First is PH 20.1, 7 through 9 Wardlaw Crescent. Happy to release that.
Okay. So Councillor Perks is releasing PH 20.1. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
Next, PH 20.2, implementation guidelines for rental replacement.
Councillor Holiday, you want to hold it?
No, Speaker, I would just like to have the opportunity to have a recorded vote against clause number 4. That's all.
Okay, so if we can have a recorded vote on clause 4.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote.
Yeah, just part 4, he wants a recorded vote.
Councillor Turnislin, Councillor Matlow, please.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. I'm going to call some members who have not received the vote. Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Part 4 of the item carries. The vote is 19-1.
Okay, on the item, opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Perks.
Okay, let's keep the roll going here. PH 20.4, 1 Dundas Street East, amendment to the sign bylaw.
Recorded vote.
Good morning, Nick. Are you able to hear into the room? Oh, there we are.
Councillor Morley, Councillor Mantis, can you hear the chamber?
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. And Councillor Sack? In the affirmative. The item is adopted, 21-1.
Councillor Perks?
Let's continue to test Councillor Holliday's willingness to participate. Okay. PH 20.6, authority to enter into municipal housing project facility agreements with community housing providers. Okay, so I'll continue to hold that one. I'm doing my best here, folks. PH 20.7, Toronto Academic Housing Strategy. My best isn't good enough. Toronto PH 20.8, Swansea Muse Initial Development Proposal. Come on, Steve. Give me this one. Dude! There we go.
On favor, carried. Okay. Now we'll go to striking committee. Nothing for striking committee? Okay. Etobicoke York Community Council. Nothing. North York. Scarborough Community Council, Councillor Holladay.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry you were too quick for me. North York Community Council, I'd just like a recorded vote on NY 22.22.
20 and NY 22.22. You want to record a vote?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I should read that. That's Duncan Mill Road pedestrian crossing protection.
Okay, on NY 22.22, recorded vote.
Yeah, apparently, sorry, Madam Speaker, apparently there needs to be a slight change as per Transportation's request. No, what?
Scarborough Community Council, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, hold on. All right, so we just went through North York. Are there more for North York? No, I got Councillor Perks, I got Councillor Burnside. You have another one? Okay, Councillor Burnside.
I don't even know the number. Number one, North York Community Council. Record.
Broadlands Boulevard.
I think Councillor Perks has a motion.
No.
Right? And Councillor Carroll has to leave anyway.
No, but hold on, please.
You're voting for it?
Okay. Councillor Burnside, I didn't hear what you said. What did you want?
I'm willing to release number one, North York. And because Councillor Perks has a motion and we're going to have a recorded vote anyway.
Yeah, okay. But, okay, we have a conflict here, so.
And Councillor Carroll is left.
She's left.
Speaker, this item came to us without recommendations from the Community Council. I'm moving the staff recommendations.
So Councillor Perks is moving the staff recommendation on NY 22.1. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Candeval, please.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. The item is, I'm sorry, the motion is adopted 19-2.
And then I have
North York. Councillor Myers,
Yes.
did you have something in North York?
No, Scarborough.
Okay, your name was on the list. Okay, Councillor Candeval, you want North York? Okay, so why is your name when we're in North York? Okay. All right, Councillor Carroll, let's get to you now.
hello. Yes, Madam Speaker, NY 22.2, 150 the Donway West and 4 Overland Drive. I will release those items to adopt the staff recommendations from the Director of Community Planning North York District, which are the entire set of recommendations. I'm hoping we consider them read.
Okay, the motion is on the screen, NY 22.2. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
And NY 22.3, also 150 the Donway West and 4 Overland, the rental housing demolition application on the same site. I'm moving adopt the staff recommendations from the Director's Strategic Initiatives Policy and Housing Analysis.
Okay, on the item, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Moily?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm looking to hold IE 20.7.
Can you please identify the item?
Yes, sorry, one second. Let me just confirm. The item is
Is it basement flooding?
Yes, basement flooding,
Okay.
exactly. I have an amendment that I work with staff on.
Okay, so you're holding the item down. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. Thank
Councillor
you, Madam Speaker.
Burnside? Burnside, was this from before?
Yes.
All right.
Madam Speaker, sorry for the interruption. I know Councillor Perruzza was looking to hold an item as well on EX. I'm not sure if he's able to connect in.
On what item? Okay. Okay, let's go to Scarborough. Let's go to Toronto and East York. No, I think they wanted. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. I'd like to hold SC 21.1 900 Middlefield Road, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, decision report approval. That's without recommendations. Do I defer it now if I want to defer it to the next meeting?
Do we have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you want to defer that to the next council meeting?
Yes, please.
It's here without recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Myers to defer to the next council meeting, all in favor, carry. Councillor Candeval.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold SC 21.10 Scarborough Busway on-street measures to support busway operations.
Thank you. Toronto and East York. Councillor Holiday.
Hi, Speaker. I would just like a recorded vote on TE 21.9, which is 111 Peter Street, zoning bylaw amendment.
On T 21.9, 111 Peter Street, Councillor Holiday is asking for a recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 23-1.
Thank you. That's it. Now we'll go to new business. Okay, just one sec. Yes, but he has to put his, which one? Councillor Holiday, do you have anything on new business? Okay. Just a sec, Councillor Cole, I'll get to you. Okay, new business, Councillor Holiday. Pardon? Oh, sorry.
Speaker, may I hold CC 29.2, results of collective bargaining negotiations between the City of Toronto and the Carpenters District Council of Ontario / United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America. And Speaker, I will endeavor to get my questions answered, but I will let you know it's potentially something that may need to go into camera.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to hold, and I wish to hold, TE 21.10 and 21.11. That's TE 522 University.
Okay, just a second. T 21, 10?
10 and 11, 522 University. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to hold CC 29.1, ensuring Toronto's local summer festivals benefit.
Councillor Perruzza.
EX 22.4.
Just a sec. EX?
22.4.
Can you just read the item,
I
please?
think it's the education property tax levy and clawback bylaw, rate bylaw.
Okay.
I'm sorry going back. I was
Okay,
trying to get online, but the connection kept failing.
I got it. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I'm just hoping we can go back to the deferred items so I can let a few go.
Okay, can you just wait till I finish this one, please?
Of course.
Yeah. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to withdraw member's motion.
Just let us finish. Oh, did you? Okay.
Withdraw.
All right, do you have the motion?
Staff has it. I'd like to withdraw item MM 29.5, enhanced oversight of special occasion permit for the nonprofit organizations. I do want to speak to it just briefly. I just want to...
No, you can't.
I can't?
No.
Okay, fine.
Point of order, Councillor Candavel?
Hold a withdrawal?
No.
Just procedural? Okay. 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 Thanks, Chief.
Okay. On favor of withdrawing the motion. On favor? Carried. All right. So, yeah. No, just Councillor Myers, please. Yes.
No, I wanted to speak a bit about the condolence motion. I thought we could speak about that during the presentation, but you skipped that part over. Just briefly.
I'm trying to get through this agenda,
But
please.
you skipped that part.
No, let's stay on the agenda, please. There's a few things that has to be done like now. Okay?
Well, she skipped
All
it.
right. So, Councillor Fletcher.
After we approve the order, Speaker, then... Sorry, Speaker, I'm going back to the deferred items, please. And I did have a couple of motions, and I hope that the clerks got them this morning. Be able to release DM 29.1, appointment of a public member to the Dangerous Dog Tribunal. And there is a motion that was sent to staff.
Does the staff have it?
Just
Okay,
got it.
do you want to wait till we go quick releases, because there's really
Yes,
something,
okay.
there's
That's
really
fine.
something that has to be done now. Okay, if you don't mind?
I don't mind. I did send it in a while ago, but
Yeah.
that's fine. Happy to wait. I thought I could clear it.
They just got it now. If you don't mind, Councillor Fletcher?
No problem.
Okay, now, Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole, I know that you wanted to speak on a condolence motion, and rather than have everyone sit in the council chambers, you want to say a few words. So, Councillor Cole, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, the family has to leave, and they're here. The family is here, the family of Wendy Bishop, a long-time beloved city employee who worked over 22 years with the City of Toronto. First of all, with Toronto Water, where she was much loved and appreciated. And then she went on to work in many key areas of corporate security, and she was recently a corporate security supervisor. Wendy was a very important member of the Toronto family. She dedicated her working life to making the City of Toronto a better place to live for everyone. And I just want to make sure that we do not forget the legacy of such caring and wonderful people that we have working for the City of Toronto and working for the people of Toronto. So to the family and all of the members of the family who knew Wendy and worked with Wendy, we offer our most sincere condolences. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today with deep sadness to honor Christina Huang, who was just 15 years old when she was struck and killed near Bridley Drive and Burnwood Boulevard on March 26. She was a student at Albert Campbell Collegiate Institute, kind, bright, and full of promise. Her parents lived abroad, were proud of her courage and resilience in coming to Toronto to study by herself. She was walking in a designated community safety zone where speed limits are already reduced and U-turns are prohibited. And yet, despite existing measures, a distracted driver took her life. This is not just a tragedy, it is a call to action. Since then, I have introduced 2 motions at Scarborough Community Council, one calling for traffic calming measures on Burnwood Boulevard, and another for a safety review of pedestrian crossovers, including enhanced signage, curb bump outs, and the feasibility of crossing guard. Christina's death reminds us why safety, compassion, and care must be at the heart of how we design and maintain our streets. On behalf of Toronto City Council, I'd like to extend my deepest condolences to Christina's family, classmates, teachers, and everyone grieving her unimaginable, her tragic death. May her memory move us to act and to build a city where every child is protected and feels safe to cross the street in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll finish the CC item. I like to hold CC 29.9 because we also have a supplementary report. Now, before we continue, and well, okay, Councillor Fletcher, hold on. Do we have all Councillor Fletcher's motions on? No? Okay. So we'll continue holding it. They don't have it.
Is ready for GG 19.27, award of dock blah, blah, blah to GFL.
Okay. Now, before we continue, Councillor Cole. Okay. Councillor Cole. It's my understanding that I received an email from your staff that you have a conflict on one of the items. So before we go and adopt the order paper, can you please declare your conflict?
Yes, I'm just trying to remember.
That's why I wanted to do it before we went
anyways,
to the end.
I just don't have the notes of which item it is right now. If you could just hold that, or I'll just leave the room now.
Well, because we're going to adopt the order paper.
Well, I don't have the item number.
But I don't know what the item is.
Neither do I.
We can't vote until you know.
I don't have the item.
Okay, everyone.
Andy's not here, so I don't have the item.
Okay, hold on. I think the clerk, Councillor Cole, please. T what? Okay, but.
Oh, good news. I have the item. Okay. I'd like to declare a conflict with T 20.40, transit priority measures to support streetcar service diversions during the King Street construction. I declare a conflict because my son Josh works for the TTC. Okay.
Cole, and the item has been held down. So when we get to the item, then you could you could leave when we have a recorded vote. All right. So, Councillor Chernes-Lynn, do you have your name up here for something?
I'd like to know, well, I
okay.
want to time an item that's been held down.
Okay, just one sec. And we now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to request that the item NY 22.27, naming recommendation for a parcel of land within Lawrence Park Ravine to J. Robinson Park. I've held the item down, but I'd like to request that this be considered as the first matter tomorrow morning so that the family can attend. As you know, Councillor Robinson passed away last spring, and although the family is very eager to see this happen, I don't want to put them through having to wait and wait and wait, just given the emotion attached to that. So I'm asking if we could do this first thing in the morning. Thank you. Where's the mayor?
Mayor Chow? Mayor Chow, Councillor Chernes Lynn has asked that for a timed item on NY 22.27 be a timed item for first thing tomorrow morning. Now, your item is first thing tomorrow, so is it okay if we do that item because the family would be here in the council chambers?
Yes, let's do the renaming first and then the item that I flagged.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, timed item?
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to time IE 20.8, which is safety barriers along the Leaside Bridge feasibility study for immediately after members' motions. And I would like to have from Toronto Police, EMS, or Fire, those who respond to people that have jumped from this bridge be available when we're discussing this item, please.
Okay, so that would be after the members' motions?
Yes, please.
Okay, and we can have all the staff here, the police, paramedics, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
whether it's local divisions 55, 53, that would be fine, and whoever else would be attending, but I think it's important to understand the impact on our staff for these matters and making this go faster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. On favor? Carried. Okay, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, how do you vote, please? Councillor Burnside, we've closed. Oh, thank you. The motion to adopt the order paper and all items not held carries unanimously. 23 in favor.
I voted. How come there?
Correction, Madam Speaker, it carries 24 in favor.
Oh, I thought I voted. All right. Okay. Pardon? We do have some urgent motions that I've reviewed. We can do that now while we have full quorum. All right. We'll put it on the screen. Deputy Mayor Malik. Deputy Mayor Malik, you're up.
I have a motion to add this urgent motion to the agenda today, and the urgency is around the deadline for City Thermal Energy Services Agreement for the project to receive Canada Infrastructure funding, and that deadline is.
On favor, carried. Councillor Moyes. Is
Do I have a motion?
there another one for? Deputy Mayor Malik, you have another one.
Thank you. I have an urgent motion at 200 P West and the...
Can you speak into the mic, please? We can't hear you.
And the urgency is that it relates to the development approval that is delivering 79 units of affordable housing and requires the certain on these agreements.
On favor, carried. Mayor Chow, you have two.
This is regarding improving public consultation and meeting for communities. And this motion is urgent because there are consultation planned before the next council meeting that members of the council will want to exercise authority.
On favor, carried. Mayor Chow, you have another one.
I do. This is regarding the stopping the provincially mandated increase in development charges. This matter is urgent because development charge will increase by May 1st in a week if City Council does not take action.
On favor, carried. Councillor Moyes, you have one.
Apparently you do. That's Councillor Morley on there. Yeah.
This is the wrong one. Is it Councillor
Yes.
Moyes or?
Yes, okay. Reopening amendment item DM 20.1. It's for 40 to 60 St. Lawrence Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. There's a date here that we need to reach for next council.
On favor, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you're attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and reason for urgency must be made very clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed that are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first item, which is IE 20.3. And is it IE 20? Okay. And we'll join that with IE 20.2, so on both items. So 20.3 and 20.2. If we have any questions, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Carroll.
I do have, Madam Speaker. I've one for each item. First of all, on the capital coordination, I'm wondering about the interaction between arm's length agencies. If that work has already been undertaken, or it's something that will proceed as a result of adopting the report today. So transit, metro links, and the like.
Yes, to the chair. Yes, we have already began the work to work with our arm's length partners, and we have reached out and we have consulted with them, and they have committed to providing us with more information and more advanced information on their capital programs. And with the TTC, we have started with a more integrated approach in our capital coordination, as is with the utilities, more specifically the Toronto Hydro.
Right. Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Was about hydro specifically. If any of those outside agencies, have they indicated? I did notice that you said you've begun that work.
Yes.
Have they indicated that they need to make changes to their capital process? The reason I'm asking these questions are: do we need to set expectations that we're going to begin this coordination exercise, but where they need to make changes in their capital program, hydro, TTC, things like that? Is the real benefit of this going to show up all in this capital season, or should we expect that we'll really begin to see that type of coordination showing up next capital season, 26?
Thank you for the question to the chair. We have started working with them on this, and some of it we will see this season, and I think over time we will see that more of their programs will be made available to us. There were some concerns with regards from the utilities with regards to how advanced the information that they could share with us, so we are working with them on that. And again, with the TTC and with Hydro, we are working very closely with them.
Okay. And on the congestion management plan, there's the work that we're doing inside of the city, but there's also the community group that happens at the Board of Trade on the issue of traffic and congestion. Do we know how strongly they endorse the congestion management plan as it stands today with this update?
Speaker, we've had a number of conversations with the board. They actually came and deputed at committee. We've also done, as part of our assessment, what is in the Board of Trade's report that is reflected in the congestion management plan as well. So I feel like we have a bit of work to do on the go forward together, but we've done that exercise and there's a lot of alignment.
There is a lot of alignment. So they may have wanted to see more, but between this and the coordination plan and the report on a new approach to capital delivery, holus bolus, do they now understand that some of the things they want we can do this year, some of the things we're on a process journey, and we're going to see the effect over time?
I believe so. I believe their plan is a longer-term plan as well. They have some immediate things they want to see happen, and I think we have alignment on many of those. And then I think there's some things that will be a little bit more challenging as you get into the weeds on individual streets and how they move forward. A big piece of their plan also had to do with fees, which, as you know, is one of the pieces that we've increased through this plan and through the budget. And so I think there's strong alignment there as well.
Right, and so there's fee changes and such. But one of the things that we hear in the community advocacy, and particularly from the downtown business community, is could we get trucks and supplies coming into the city just gone from the downtown core during our workday, and particularly during our rush hours? We can't go all the way there until we implement all of these things. Am I right about that?
Yes, and I do believe we need some support provincially as well to have formal restrictions on time of day delivery. But we did implement much of that during the pandemic and saw some good success. I think what we've learned through that exercise is that it is very useful, especially for larger businesses, and can be quite challenging for smaller businesses. So I think it's not a blanket approach, but we definitely see there's great value, especially with the construction trades, in trying to get those deliveries to happen early.
Right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a few questions about the RODARS fees. This is something that I'm really interested in. Could you give us a few examples of how the new RODARS fees are already encouraging applicants to find ways to reduce the impact and duration of road occupation for construction projects?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the speaker, yes, we are starting to see early signs of the contractors basically changing their behaviors with respect to things. We have one example of a contractor who was originally proposing that they required 8 weeks to complete their construction work. And once we advised them of the fees, they went back and spoke to their subcontractors and found that they only needed 7 weeks. And so essentially saving a week off of that. We also had a situation where there was a particular developer that was looking to wrap up on a particular project. And again, with the introduction of the new fees, there was a suggestion that they were going to try and see if they couldn't wrap up a bit quicker to get off the right-of-way quicker with respect to their project to avoid incurring those fees. So again, it's very early on with respect to this, and there may be a requirement for us to fine-tune, tweak, but we are seeing things moving in the proper direction.
Okay, thank you. And my understanding is that the current fees are cost recovery, so they help to offset the financial impacts to the city due to construction projects occupying the city's right-of-way. Would you be able to speak to the city's costs related to short and long-term construction projects occupying the city's right-of-ways?
Yeah, through the speaker, we incur costs with respect to traffic agents, with respect to our staff in the rescue traffic operations centers that work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, adjusting traffic signal timings. Oftentimes we have to ramp up those forces in the room to accommodate traffic management during construction periods. And again, anything that we have to do in terms of traffic signal modifications or changes to the right-of-way in terms of road restrictions to support construction, those are all costs that the city incurs as a result of construction.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears slightly, but still on congestion management, how is the city currently using AI both in congestion management and strategic capital coordination? Is there more that we can learn by looking at the application of AI in other jurisdictions?
Through the speaker, we're pioneers with respect to the use of AI, going back to the mid-90s and some of the earlier versions of AI. And we're experimenting with it right now, both in terms of our smart signals that we have. So these are the traffic signals that automatically adjust the signal timings without human intervention. We're investigating AI for transit signal priority, which is also a very, very key component of our congestion management plan going forward. And a lot of our detection systems likewise use AI as well too, to help in determining when we're accounting for pedestrians, to minimize pedestrian delay at intersections, if we're trying to detect cyclists, to improve safety for cyclists at intersections. So AI is a critical part of all the traffic management that we do.
Okay, thank you. So you'd say then that we're using it, but there's room for improvement. Is that the sense?
Through the speaker, that's correct. We're using AI, but that being said, there's so much more that we could potentially be doing, and we're investigating that as we speak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. I know the issue of fees has been around for a long time, and for a number of years, we were trying to get the fees changed and raised, and we're told repeatedly that that's simply cost recovery and we weren't allowed to do that. Can you tell me how that change has now been made, please, and why we couldn't have made it before? Whether legal needs to answer, but I really need to know that because we did try.
Yep, through the speaker, there's been a number of requests to modify fees and escalating fees in particular. The difference here is that we have been able to assess the cost, the full cost of cost recovery for traffic management, and part of that changed by our better record keeping with the construction hubs and some other pieces of work that we've been able to do to be able to collect the data that enables us to draw the line between what are the costs of managing that congestion And so that's one of the pieces that's changed. On the escalating fee, that's still a piece of work that we have to do in future, the levy. That's still something that we've not been able to accomplish, but this fee goes every day. It gets charged every day.
Yeah, so basically, previously, we were just renting a little patch of pavement, correct?
Correct.
And we're still the same patch of pavement that you're now saying we can charge more for. Correct?
Correct. There's been a lot more work that's been done to be able to figure out how much more we can charge
I'm
for
sure,
that work.
I don't think you were in that chair, but I'm just alerting you and everybody else that for many years, we asked to have that raised. And for many years, are you aware that we were simply told we couldn't? We're renting it for $5.50 a square foot and that's it. So something's changed that we're allowed to now look at a bigger impact, look at more factors in order to rent that little 50 feet of pavement.
Yes, and Speaker,
Okay.
yes, and
Okay.
part of it is because we have better data to support what that full cost recovery is.
I'm sure we
that
had
did
data
not.
before, I'm just flagging that.
Fair enough.
Council was way ahead of you, is what I'm flagging for many years.
Most days.
Thank you. Secondly, for the FIFA, the Pan Am Games, I'm sure you're aware that there was a very detailed congestion plan for the Pan Am Games, and I'm wondering if you can, how have you relied on that in any way, in particular for FIFA? Because we're going to have the same thing again when FIFA's here. And one of them was a just-in-time delivery, certain types of delivery at night for businesses, but it didn't take off. So I don't want to do the same thing over and over again without learning from what we did in 2000, and I think it was 10 or 11. Can't remember.
Through the Speaker, absolutely. We definitely looked at the Pan Am Games. That's considered one of the best examples of traffic management at a regional level, where we coordinated with other surrounding municipalities as well, too, with respect to that. In terms of some of the key highlights, you correctly stated, we did look at time of day deliveries, and likewise, we're doing the same thing in terms of delivery restrictions during Pan Am Games, coordinating with other municipalities, surrounding municipalities. We also have a lot of other tools.
So we did that. Is there some reason why, when these were successful, we haven't carried those forward in general? If they were so successful for congestion reasons. I don't think we have carried through the whole suite. Would I be right on that?
Through the Speaker, that is correct.
Correct. So we had a big plan, it worked, then we went back to normal, now we're trying to go back to the big plan. I would just make that comment. Would pretty well correct.
Well, through the Speaker, there are nuances to the plan in terms of, as mentioned before, and as to why we couldn't do it blanket.
Just want to talk about something that isn't a Board of Trade issue, but I think it's a driver issue. Would you agree that drivers are, when you're looking at traffic, and you're making changes, would you agree that you need to give particularly drivers a signal very early that something's changed on their route?
Through the Speaker, absolutely.
So if we bring you examples of times when there's not a larger zone of impact for the change, and there's people that are just going there because they don't realize it's changed, how serious do you think that is?
That question?
If you're on your same route all the time and you don't know there's a change, how many meters out should you know that something's changed?
Through the Speaker, we implement a number of measures of trying to get information out to motorists in advance to make sure they're not making last-minute changes. Through the Speaker, I'm not sure of how many specific meters, but in general, it's about just awareness in advance. Yeah. It's situational. Yeah.
Okay, that was last question. Councillor Cole, question.
Before I ask my, by the way, I had a developer who wanted to block off Eglinton Avenue for a year and a half, and when I told him about the new fees, he decided he didn't really need Eglinton, and he's accommodating his construction without closing the street, so it's beginning to work. The first question I had, these ad hoc blockages of lanes. I know I just had one on Oakwood Avenue where there's all this heavy construction blocking off a whole lane, trying to get out of Eglinton, trying to get to the island. It was created chaos. And they had no license, nothing. So I called it in. We did get rid of the garbage that was there. It wasn't garbage, it was huge. So what if citizens run across this? I don't want them to call 311 because 311 doesn't work for this kind of stuff. We need some kind of hotline or something where a citizen sees this huge construction crane on a lane. They can't get to where they're going. Who do they call?
Speaker, it really is 311, and we're working with them to be more streamlined about, so first of all, using the app is helpful for people because it can, there's photographs.
They don't have it. They don't use apps. They got to call somebody.
We've been giving 311 a lot more information about our congestion management plan so they can understand what the issue is when people do call in, and so that's helpful in getting the information back to us. Also, as part of this RoadR's fee, we are now going to be instituting...
What's this RoadR's fee?
The RoadR's fee is the new fees that are coming for the setups, right? On the lane closures.
Yeah, nobody understands what RoadR's is.
Correct, but proactively, staff will be out doing inspections before and after, and frequently doing more audits of those construction sites, because ideally it would be the staff that are finding it and not having to be called in through 311. So we have increased that, and that's part of what
I just
that
hope
cost
we
recovery is
we need a hotline for this, because this is the ad hoc stuff is all over the city. Does Metrolinx pay for blocking off lanes of roads and sidewalks? Like in Eglinton, they blocked off lanes of traffic for 7 years.
Speaker,
Did
they
they
do.
pay any money for that?
They do, Speaker. Yes.
And the sidewalks too, where they had all the trailers on the sidewalks?
They do, yes.
Okay, that's good. Automobile ownership numbers. What's happened to the number of people that now have cars, the car ownership in the GTA or in the Toronto? Do we know what's happened with the car ownership numbers?
We've seen a 26% increase in vehicle registrations in the city since 2014, I believe.
That's the City of Toronto.
City of Toronto, and the GTHA, it's 27% or 28%.
So there's a huge 27% increase in car drivers' ownership.
Vehicle registrations, yeah.
And
which
the
is
vehicles
measure
are all
we have.
getting bigger. There are all these F-150s all over the place. The fact that all these vehicles are mega trucks everywhere, you know, the Musk trucks that are up on the roads and everything.
I've seen
Does
a few
that
of
have an
those.
impact on congestion, all these mega trucks?
I don't know the exact split of what kind of vehicles they are. Certainly, we've seen that there are more heavy trucks being purchased in North America, actually.
Number one selling vehicle is
I
the
believe it.
F-150.
Yeah. My bigger concern about those trucks is that their impact on pedestrian safety.
Because they can't see. Okay, the other question I have about the number of vehicles that come into our city streets that are from the 905, Durham, Peel, Halton. Do we know that? Because we are sort of saying, oh, well, Toronto's got congestion. It's not Toronto's congestion. It's the congestion of a city of 7.5 million people. How many of these trucks and cars come into our residential streets that come from Halton, Peel, Durham, York region?
Speaker, the Transportation Tomorrow survey that just came out, so we have some data on that. I don't have it handy with me, but there's a fair amount, especially during the workday, of people who are commuting in. And I think we've also seen changes to those patterns, that we're seeing a huge influx on the weekends as well. But we're happy to track that back for you and get that data for you. I don't have it with me.
And there's one day where you're almost in traffic heaven. What's the day of the week when, you shouldn't tell anybody, what's the day of the week where you should travel?
Friday.
Fridays. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs? Councillor Sachs, I understand that you have some students in here today. If you could please introduce them.
I do, but no one's told me what school.
Huron Street Junior Public School.
Okay, what's
Huron.
the best school? Okay, absolutely. Well, thank you for making it for the English. I do want to welcome the students from Huron Street School who are here showing their interest in city government. We do have a wonderful program of civic education in grade 5, and grade 5, right? And grade 4, fantastic. Huron Street School in the heart of the Annex, one of the most engaged and active and civically conscious parts of this city. And it's wonderful to have them here, and hopefully we will all be on good behavior, right? To show them that we take our job seriously, we do a good job for them and all the people of the city. Thank you so much for coming today. Really glad to have you here.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. To the General Manager of Transportation. First question, are you aware that the courts just granted an injunction against the province of Ontario removing bike lanes in the city of Toronto?
Speaker, yes, I am aware.
And in that judgment, the judge found that the transportation expert for the Cycle Toronto had more compelling evidence that bike lanes don't cause congestion than, guys, a little quiet, please, than the provincial expert did, who was arguing that bike lanes do cause congestion. Were you aware of that?
I did read that in the injunction, yes, Councillor.
Yes, and specifically the justice said that the provincial expert provided anecdotal evidence and the opinion of a real estate management professor who does not appear to directly address the key issue of whether the removal of bike lanes will in fact alleviate congestion. Does that jive with the position of the City of Toronto?
When the city puts in bike lanes, Councillor, we do a full study and assessment of how to move all sorts of people through those corridors and intersections. So certainly managing congestion is a big piece of that. We have not found a relationship between the inclusion of bike lanes and the increase of congestion that we cannot manage through other tools like traffic signal timing or signage, other components.
And interestingly, some provincial documents were considered in the case, two of which caught my eye. One is a report that was taken to a cabinet meeting where the province's own experts said that removing bike lanes might increase congestion. Is that a surprise to you?
No, I did read that as well in the
And further, there was similarly another provincial document that said that removing bike lanes would make travel less safe and potentially cause more accidents, not fewer. Is that similar to what the city has argued in the past?
Yes, and I will just quote what we did on Bloor Street in the initial installation of the Bloor Street work, where we actually did surveys to look at do drivers feel more comfortable when cyclists are in a protected lane, and the answer to that was yes.
So in general, where we've done work, you continue to say to us as council that putting in bike lanes does not increase congestion and does increase safety.
That's correct, and it's one of the reasons why we have our cycling plans, Councillor, that look at the whole city. We don't have cycling infrastructure on every single route in the city. We have it in the places where we know it'll be the best utilized and where we can manage it as best we can to move more people.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, through you to transportation folks. If you got rid of all cars, would that help with congestion?
Speaker, we saw a little.
It's okay.
We saw a little
it's
bit
okay.
of. We saw a little bit of that during
time.
COVID. Councillor, we did see a huge reduction in the number of people traveling via cars in the city, and there was a lot less congestion.
Okay, cool. Hey, if you slowed vehicles to a crawl, will that make roads safer?
We know that speed is a huge contributing factor to safety of pedestrians and cyclists and actually other drivers, so
Okay.
speed is an issue.
Okay, thanks. Actually, those were that was just in response to Councillor Perks. I have actually other questions. So who, when you have a construction zone like a condo going up, who actually enforces, I'll say construction vehicles, be it dump trucks or whatever, that might be in live lanes? Because what I found coming along Richmond or Dundas in the morning when I'm coming to work, there are a lot of construction vehicles lining up during rush hour in no stopping zones. Who actually enforces that, and what's the plan? to deal with that? 'Cause it seems to be a major problem.
So police are the people who enforce moving vehicles, including trucks, but especially if it's in a construction hub, our construction hub, our senior PMs work directly with the on-site constructors to try to find suitable places for those trucks to line up, because they do have to have some space to be able to circle in, and we don't want them traveling through neighborhoods. We've seen
Well, I'm talking about
tragic
Richmond
results.
Street, so would it be suitable to line up in a live lane, which is no stopping during rush hour?
That would not be consistent with the
Do we
no
have
stopping
staff that go out
prohibitions.
from project to project to ensure that the rules are being followed?
We definitely have staff that check in from time to time on projects. I would say it's not as consistent as we would like it to be.
Okay, that's fine. So when we talk about intersection management, the busiest times, when it comes to blocking the box and whatnot, what are the busiest times where the blocking the box and things like that, or that management of intersections are most important? What times are those?
Speaker, we call that the PM peak, so the afternoon rush hour peak, usually from about 3 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay. And what do you think the optimal number of traffic agents would be in the city?
Right now, as of through this budget, we have 100 that we are in the process of hiring, and I think that is probably the right number for now. I think we have to see, we're trying to spread them out to have service 16 corridors in the city. They're very useful and functional in working on things outside of those key congestion hours in terms of looking at traffic signals and managing on-site issues. So I think 100 is a reasonable number for now. And I think once we have 100 and they're fully functional, we would be coming back to see if there was some modifications that we would recommend.
Okay, so 100's the number. Okay. You talk about enforcement support. As part enforcement support in the traffic management plan, what does that look like?
You want to answer that question?
Yeah, through the speaker, particularly when it comes to the situation of don't block the box, the frontline defense is really the traffic agents that are physically there, but in addition, having the Toronto Police Service provide support in terms of actually issuing tickets or warning to motorists has likewise been very, very effective.
Okay, so where are you going to get those officers?
Through the speaker, we've been working very closely with traffic services within Toronto Police, and through the blitz that was done back in November, I believe it was their motorcycle officers that provided that support.
So Vision Zero? That we fund actually, right?
Yeah, through the speaker, I think the team that was helping us in terms of the Don't Block the Box was not part of the Vision Zero team, it was independent.
Okay. And so are we going to have those officers on a regular basis? Like, when we talk enforcement support, we always talk about enforcement, but then there are never any officers really to make it a meaningful endeavor. So I'm just trying to understand. Like, I'm also wondering, like, we fund the Vision Zero team, which I believe writes about 80% of the tickets in the city, and I believe they've written about 18,000 tickets in 2024 for actually obstructed plates, intentionally obstructed plates, so people don't get the photo radar. I'm concerned that we're kind of going down a couple different roads, as they say. One is using a lot of technology, and then people are using methods to escape that technology, and also using maybe more traffic agents without that enforcement support. What plan do you have to actually deal with that?
That was your last question.
Yeah, through the speaker, the long-term plan is really to move towards automated enforcement. That's the sort of ultimate goal. The stopgap measure to that, because obviously we're probably about a year or so out from that, given the legislative changes and other things that need to go into effect, is to use traffic agents as frontline defense and continued support from Toronto Police in terms of whether it's the traffic direction pilot or in terms of doing enforcement blitzes periodically to support us.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions? 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm asking questions with regard to IE 20.3, congestion management. I noted that we are awaiting a change to the Ontario's Highway Traffic Act so that we can put an end to box blocking through automated enforcement. And I was just wondering, what obstacles do we face in getting amendments to the Highway Traffic Act?
Through the speaker, so there's a couple of things. First is putting the request into the province to review that. The province, when they're doing their assessment, they look to see impacts across, provincially speaking, is it applicable in that context? And then from there, they need to develop both the legislation, but also the regulations that support it in terms of how we would actually enact that. And then the last piece of the puzzle is really just trying to come up with this sort of standard operating procedures for prosecutors and for the offenses officers. So when they're looking at evidence, how do they know when to charge versus not? And that has to be clearly defined and stipulated so that we're consistent in terms of how we apply charges.
And have we asked for that change yet?
Through the Speaker, we're still going through our Technology Innovation Challenge, where we're going to be deploying technology this summer, gathering that data, and then through the evidence that we're going to be gathering over the summer, we'll be able to compile all the questions and all the changes that we need to request of the province.
Are there several changes that we are requesting at the same time of changes to the Highway Traffic Act? And could they include noise enforcement as well as traffic rules to apply to e-scooters?
Through the Speaker, we are definitely going to be proposing a number of changes, so that's something we could certainly consider as well, too.
And with regard to automatic enforcement of illegal parking, which is a pervasive issue across our city, where are we in terms of the, I heard that there was a pilot, where are we in the implementation of that?
So through the Speaker, the good news with respect to that is there's no legislative changes required from the province. And we've actually partnered up with Toronto Police Service, TTC, Toronto Parking Authority, as we're all working on these efforts together. Toronto Police, my understanding is they already have an RFP that was on the street that closed, and they're barreling through the process right now of bringing that vendor on board with the potential of it going live towards the latter part of next year.
So this would not be a Toronto Parking Authority implementation, it would be a Toronto Police Service implementation?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. It would be Toronto Police Parking Enforcement would basically be leading that.
And they would be installing devices across our city that can detect illegal parking?
Through the Speaker, their intent is to have cameras on their dash for their enforcement. However, they did include an option, I believe, for fixed cameras as well, too. And that's something where we have the expertise, and we'd be working with them very closely in that regard.
Because when we were at the Smart City Summit, we saw an implementation where they have basically poles along streets where they don't want parking at certain times, and those poles automatically scan and automatically ticket. Do you think that such an implementation would be best suited for Toronto Police Service to implement?
Through the Speaker, absolutely. We're looking at the same technology, and through our Technology Innovation Challenge, we're basically looking at exactly that fixed camera, pole-mounted over an area sort of technology, as well as dash cam that could go into any fleet. But ultimately, the evidence would go back to Toronto Police for support.
So what would be the timeline of that implementation? We see in other countries they're already implementing. How long is this negotiation and testing phase estimated to last?
Yeah, through the Speaker, so there's a couple of pieces with respect to it. There's the onboarding of a vendor that's going to provide the technology and the installation, and then there's the whole back end that has to go into effect as well, too. We need to hire our prosecutors, they need to be trained. We need to hire provincial offences officers, they need to be trained. So when you put all those things together, it's a couple of years to bring a program like this to life. Again, that's based on experience of automated speed enforcement. That being said, the combined efforts of all of us working together is to try and see if we can't shore up that timeline considerably.
Okay, and just circling back to the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, when we do make that ask of the provincial government for changes, will councillors be notified of the list of requests that is going out so that we have a chance to speak into what is being requested?
Through the Speaker, absolutely. We'd have to seek council authority to request those changes to the province.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Prude's questions?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this, so I'm going to use a couple of examples for you. Keel Street, between Finch and Steeles. They're going to be doing some waterworks there across the street. And basically the road is going to be closed for, pinched for a couple of years during that work. Now, Keel Street is very, very wide and has these very, very wide boulevards. Will this plan, for example, encourage the building of some temporary lanes into those boulevards so you can keep the lanes of traffic and do the work, and do the waterworks so that you don't disrupt traffic? Will this plan do that?
Through the Speaker, this plan won't specifically do that, but the goal is that if you are paying reasonable price for the closure of that lane and you would pay less for setting up on the boulevard, you will have a greater interest in trying to reduce your costs by using that piece of the road, and as Councillor Cole said, or moving around the corner so that you're not on a prime arterial.
The corner of Dundas and Bathurst, going on 4 years now. I don't even know whose ward that's in. Going in on 4 years now. Bathurst has been pinched. One lane has been lost there almost 4 years. On Dundas, a lane has been lost for almost 4 years. So the road has been pinched on that, and there's some activity going on at that corner, but I've gone through it a number of times, and I'm not quite sure what. Will this plan deal with that issue?
Through the Speaker, so absolutely. So number one, even though they've been closed for a number of years in the past, the fact that they continue to be closed past April 1st, we now have the ability to implement the new road arts fees on them, which would include a daily charge, so it's constantly accumulating every single day that they're physically on site. In addition to that, too, they have to report to us when they believe they're going to be off the road so we can communicate that to everyone. And if they exceed that date, there are fees that basically apply to that as well, too. So essentially through the fees and through constant sort of coordination with them, the goal is to basically try and get them off the right-of-way as quickly as possible.
So a hydro truck pulls up on the side of the road. And they have to do some work, and they basically put 4 cones on the road, you know, those orange cones, block a lane of traffic, extend their, you know, sort of their lift, and block off that road for a day. And basically, you know, every person using that road now sort of, you know, is disrupted. Would this plan say to Hydro, sorry, you gotta, when you do this, you gotta bring equipment that's going to be able to work off-road. You know, you can't park your truck in the middle of the road because it's convenient for you to do the work that way. No, you have to bring in, you know, off-road equipment, smaller stuff, ladders, whatever that is, and do the work differently rather than you just coming and basically ripping every driver out using that road a new one for that day.
Through the Speaker, so the addition of the road arts fees, which are intended for recovery, do have that extra advantage of them being a disincentive for them to do work in that kind of manner. And so number one, they get charged because they're on the right of way and if it's a major arterial. Number two, they get charged if their closure is inadequate. There's a whole list of fees that from the scenario you painted there, they'd be subject to. Okay. And again, albeit the fees are really recovery of costs the city incurs, it does have that extra benefit of serving as a disincentive to curb that sort of negative behavior.
So does this plan sort of, so every building project ever built can be built without disrupting property, you know, or disrupting the road grid. You just need to, this is a statement, I'm getting to the question. So you can do that. There's a cost to it. So you can build a building and build a site where the steel trucks come and offload off the road and so on, the concrete trucks, the material delivery folks. It would change the format at which that building is built or that site is built out. It would add some cost to that, no question about it, but it can be done. Does this plan say to potential builders, developers, you can't get a building permit until you show us how you're going to do that to have nominal or no disruption to the road grid in and around your site?
That was your last question.
Speaker, the goal is to minimize the amount of impact on the roadway and the sidewalk, the traveled part of the roadway. So certainly, adding the tool of better fees and being able to apply fees on a daily basis is going to make the development community, the utilities, rethink how they do set up. And if there's a cost to setting up in the road, then it's going to make some of those other options that you talked about probably more attractive to pursue. I also think that there are times in buildings that are being built right to the lot line when the developer doesn't have another place to go to be able to stage that construction. But we are working to try to minimize the impacts during various phases of construction so that they are not just taking the lane for the entire 4 years of that construction, for example, but that they're only taking it for the amount of time that they actually need to do that, that work up to the lot line.
Okay, thank you. Point of order, Councillor Cole.
I just wanted to say we have a special guest from Malta that's come all the way from Malta to witness the council meeting. Joe Zurab, commonly known as Joe X, probably the best campaigner I've ever seen in my whole lifetime of politics. He is the master campaigner. Joe X, you want to learn how to win an election? Joe X is your man. You can go to Malta, for a slight fee. Anyways, and with him is a good friend of yours, your brother, former MP, city councillor from York, John Nunziata. Welcome to Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. My main question is about some of the activities that have already been put in place related to congestion management and addressing some of the most serious concerns around traffic, which we feel very acutely, particularly in the downtown. Last year, we worked very closely and quickly on addressing the traffic and congestion in Liberty Village that had reached a crisis point. So what are some of the lessons learned from Liberty Village, in particular about how we manage construction and traffic issues in and around communities like that, and how we can plan for those measures in our neighborhoods better?
Through the Speaker, excellent question. Last year with Liberty Village, as you mentioned, experienced a significant amount of congestion on a regular basis, but also exacerbated whenever there's special events taking place at the exhibition place or MLSE, TFC games, that sort of thing. So really, one of the key things we learned is this sort of combined effort of managing not just the construction-related congestion, but congestion related to special events and factoring that in, looking specifically at things like truck haul routes and where they're going to be tracking through the neighborhood, which again is not necessarily a closure, but even just clearly defining those areas and making sure that we're enforcing that as well too, and that sort of compliance. The other lesson that we learned was with respect to traffic agents and the need for them on a more permanent basis at certain locations within the city, particularly in Liberty Village, which we're thinking on in terms of moving forward. And likewise, we've been making changes with respect to traffic signal timings. Specifically within Liberty Village, we are looking at making more aggressive changes, potentially signal modifications to the actual operation of the signals that would be time of day based, that we could basically put into effect whenever there's major events and there's a need for us to move from sort of plan A to plan B in terms of how we manage everybody in and out of the area.
Well, thank you for sharing those lessons, and we're looking forward to seeing how those are, again, implemented and strengthened over this coming season. And I want to hear a little bit more about how those lessons and their application is relevant to the challenges that we're seeing in other parts of the downtown and across the city.
Through the Speaker, absolutely. The work that we're doing in Liberty Village has, and any of these sort of what we call spot improvements, has a bit of a halo effect on the city. One of the things that we presented at Infrastructure and Environment Committee is when we do these kind of spot improvements, like improvements within Liberty Village or the improvements that we did with adding the 2 left turns on Lakeshore, there's a bit of a halo effect. And typically we're seeing within the downtown core as much as a 10% reduction in travel times as a result of these sort of spot improvements. We have to be very selective about where we go, and we can sort of see through our modeling exercises where those opportunities exist. But this is the reason why within the plan we're looking to try and really do more of that sort of work in terms of spot improvements.
My final question is just related to something that you mentioned around haul routes and, of course, the engagement with Metrolinx and the Ontario Line construction. Another example of, the committed work of residents and the businesses in the area with our office and with transportation staff to have a better outcome in terms of the approach that Metrolinx has taken to the Ontario Line construction in the area. Can you speak a little bit more about, kind of the state of that coordination when it comes to traffic and congestion? We know that some of the potentially most disruptive closures are as a result of that work.
Yeah, through the speaker, our relationship with Metrolinx with respect to this has been evolving over time. Originally, we were all sitting at the table and just specifically looking at what sort of road closures they had and what sort of impacts they had longer term and just trying to work around that. But over time, we realized that there's a lot of other aspects of the construction work that they're doing with respect to truck haul routes, with respect to specific stages of construction that would suddenly see a significant influx of heavy vehicles in and out of the neighborhood that we need to be much more aware of and much more on top of, and much quicker when it comes to basically coming up with mitigation plans to help the impacts of not just the physical closure, but of various stages of work that they're doing that we can manage traffic effectively through that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a sec. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I think it's to the GM. The Toronto Region Board of Trade issued their Breaking Gridlock report. They had a number of recommendations. Appendix 6 of the report talks about the various responses by the city to those. And one of them is called Unclog the Arteries. And they talk about designating select east-west priority connector roads for vehicular traffic. And then they talk about KPIs. The response, and you've gone and responded to all of the recommendations. I'm going to highly paraphrase, but it basically says that the capital coordination program will pay attention to work that's done on major roadways. But staff didn't really respond to that recommendation, and I wondered if you could elaborate further. Could you look at east-west priority connector roads? Could you look at KPIs?
Speaker, absolutely. We can look at KPIs on moving congestion and moving traffic, and we do. I think on the east-west corridors, Dundas, Queen, King, Bloor, forgetting one in there, as well as some of those that are more north. Everybody wants to be on those corridors. Transit wants to be on those corridors. Cars want to be on those corridors. Pedestrian, cyclists, business wants to be on those corridors. So selecting, especially in the downtown, and focusing on throughput on specific corridors is not consistent with a number of our other plans for moving people. But I do think that we have a number of opportunities when there are construction projects, which tend to be the situation where we see the most congestion as a result, in terms of the coordination of those construction projects and taking extreme measures or measures that can help to support throughput in those locations. And Roger's team has done that on Dundas Street, for example, in helping to manage parking, etc.
So, but we do have a hierarchy of roads in the city, right? The local, collector,
Correct.
Minor arterial, major arterial, and so on. So, there is a basis of a framework. There's a logical thinking about how we organize roads and people moving. And I'm not even getting into mode. I'm just talking about roads and the volumes that are put through them.
Yes, there is, and you've described it pretty well.
Okay, different question. There's a number floating around about the number of cars in the city. Could you tell me where the data came from?
Yeah.
The growth, I'm sorry,
The 26% increase in vehicle registrations?
Yeah, how'd that happen?
From the province.
Yeah, that came from the province.
From the province. So I looked at their open data. I could get 2014 and I could get 2023. Maybe you've got a closer look. But the province goes and they break it down and they say active vehicles, they say inactive vehicles, and then they talk about all kinds of other things like unfit, wrecked, out of province, sold vehicles, and they all tally up. What did you use? Active vehicles?
My data is registered vehicles, so I don't know that if we pulled out some of those other components, but registered vehicles is the data that I have.
So, but they break it out to active and inactive. Now, there isn't a guide to the data, but the best I could tell searching online, the inactive might be vehicles that don't have a plate or are not being used. So how do we arrive at that? And I'll tell you why. The active vehicles from 2014 to 2023 went up 5%. They went from 1,046,000 to 1,102,000. So how do we, like, are we confident that things change by 26%?
Councillor, we'll have to go back and take a look at the percentage of inactive vehicles. I don't have it broken out in my data here.
37%.
Excuse me?
It's 37%. It grew 37% inactive vehicles.
So we're happy to take a look at that. We were just looking at registered vehicles.
Okay. My last question. There's an interesting piece in this report from the Regional Board of Trade about the zipper maneuver, right? There's these road signs with a cool looking zipper on them. Do we use those anywhere?
Yeah, through the speaker, we've seen that zipper maneuver in other jurisdictions, and it really is a bit of a cultural thing amongst drivers. And it's something that we kind of see ourselves working with CAA and maybe promoting an educational awareness campaign to support that.
Would you be really upset with me if I suggested that you put up a couple of those signs to see what happens and if people would obey them?
Through the speaker, we could certainly look into that and see what opportunities we have to put those signs up.
Fantastic. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I just had some questions around the role of transit prioritization in reducing traffic management. I was reading through the report and I didn't see a specific section dedicated to that. So could you just elaborate on what role surface prioritization for transit has in this plan?
Yeah, through the speaker. So this is an update to a plan that we started years back, going back to 2021. And in the original plan, you could see it was very, very clearly spelled out. Active transit signal priority is one of the key pillars of our program. We've not stopped that. In fact, if anything, our plan is to continue with that and accelerate on it as well, too. The purpose and function of the whole congestion management plan is about moving more people through corridors. And certainly a TTC bus, that carries 40 passengers.
Does this plan also include lane dedication for transit vehicles? Streetcars, buses?
So Rapid TO, we have other programs within transportation services that basically facilitate that. But certainly those other programs are all in line and consistent with the philosophy of the congestion management plan of moving more people through corridors.
So how does Rapid TO work in conjunction with this plan? I didn't see Rapid TO referenced here either.
So whenever we go to implement any sort of dedicated bus lanes or any sort of the elements of Rapid TO, we also look at the traffic signals on those routes to basically ensure that they're equipped with transit signal priority. In general, any route that has 33,000 riders or more is considered a high ridership corridor, and that's been our sort of going principle to ensure that any of those traffic signals on those routes are equipped with unconditional transit signal priority.
And of those higher order surface routes, how many of them currently do not have traffic priority?
Through the speaker, we recently did an assessment, and where we're roughly just over 400 locations where we currently have transit signal priority. There's roughly about 390, I guess round up another 400 locations that we would like to equip with transit signal priority as well.
And what's the timeline to get the number fully completed in that all high order surface transit routes have transit priority?
Through the speaker, at our current...
And is that part of this plan?
So through the speaker, our current staffing levels, we've been able to manage roughly about 50 or so per year. That being said, we are looking at coming back with a plan in the fall of this year to really, really accelerate, ramp up that effort, seeking additional funding and additional resources to basically accelerate that timeline down to see if we can't get it completed within a couple of years.
And what type of funding commitment would you likely be seeking?
Through the speaker, we don't know at this point in time, but we will be reporting that back in the fall of this year.
And just to be clear, is transit dedicated surface routes for transit, is that part of the plan, separate from signal priority? Dedicated standalone routes, so similar to what you have along Eglinton East. How does that fit into this plan?
Speaker, the 20 corridors that are identified in the Rapid TO plan are locations where we've worked closely with the TTC on identifying where we think the most benefit can be from doing enhanced transit priority measures, whether it be signals, dedicated lanes, queue jump lanes. There's a whole toolkit. And as we work through with community engagement and councillor engagement on those corridors, we get to a design. We're going to be bringing designs forward for Dufferin, for Bathurst, and for Jane Street this year, I believe, for implementation later this year, and then we will be working through that list of 20.
So just to confirm, Dufferin, Bathurst, Jane, do we expect those to be completed this year?
Dufferin and Bathurst will be completed before FIFA, and I don't have the current timing on Jane Street, but I believe there's a report coming soon.
So Dufferin and Bathurst completed before FIFA next year or this year?
I think they're going to be done by the end of this year, but that's the plan. So they might eke over into the first quarter of 2026, but not beyond that.
And do you have any other routes other than Jane that are identified that could be completed next year as part of the transit prioritization? As I understand, there are some technical challenges with Jane that might not be present on other routes that are maybe more available for quick dedication to transit priority.
So, Speaker, we have looked at how to accelerate the implementation of those 20 corridors to see where there may be some that we could move further in line. I believe we brought that schedule update to the TTC board, and we'll be reporting back again. I don't know the timing. I think it's in June, and we can certainly update that schedule. But the interest is certainly in trying to get them done as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
And thank you. So as part of the congestion management plan, the report also seeks a non-competitive procurement to continue offering the Smart Commute program to Torontonians. So can you just explain or describe what is the Smart Commute program and how long has it been in place?
Yeah, through the Speaker. So the Smart Commute program is something that was actually initiated by the province a number of years ago and eventually sort of got passed down to the various municipalities. The Smart Commute program essentially is a pillar towards travel demand management. So really trying to work with, quite frankly, people outside the city and encouraging alternative ways of them getting into the city, promoting carpooling, promoting the use of transit, basically doing as much as we can to, from a travel demand management perspective, encourage people to find other ways to get into the city that are more sustainable.
So, and how long has it been in place?
Through the Speaker, the Smart Commute program, I believe it's at least a few decades.
Okay, so a long time. Have we been able to measure what impact it actually has had in traffic management and how many cars it potentially maybe took off the road?
Through the Speaker, yes. In fact, there's data we can provide to you offline, but the one caveat that I have to that is that a lot of the data and statistics that we have are prior to the pandemic. Through the pandemic, obviously, there was no traffic, so the data is a little bit dated, but we are looking to see KPIs through the continuation of that assignment.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry, maybe I missed your answer to one of my questions also was the cost of this particular program. It's been on the books for a long time, many years. What has it cost us to implement and manage that program?
Through the Speaker, I believe it's outlined within the report. It's on the order of, I think it's $400,000. Yeah, it's roughly about $400,000 over the next couple of years. And through that program, again, they work with us very closely in terms of working with downtown BAs, working with a number of larger downtown employers to basically promote staff coming in and out of the city who live outside the city via transit or via carpooling or other modes.
Okay, all right. And how many total divisions are actually involved in the whole traffic management of traffic, essentially, across the city? How many divisions actually play a part of that?
Through the Speaker, transportation services, obviously, engineering construction services, strategic capital coordination, as you know, TTC, Toronto Police Service, Toronto Parking Authority, There are a number of city agencies that are involved in the overall support towards congestion management.
Yeah, and absolutely, I agree with that. Now, how are we working with all the different divisions? Is there any concern that maybe some divisions are working in silos? Are we working together to resolve the problem?
Through the Speaker, we work very closely with all the divisions on a constant basis. And quite frankly, through the Congestion Management Plan, it's further unified our efforts in that regard with many examples. For example, the very close relationship we have with TTC that's been strengthened, whereby with the track replacement work, we're now working very closely with them in terms of diversionary routes and signal timing modifications, traffic agent support. Likewise, we've been working very closely with Toronto Parking Authority. Toronto Police Enforcement has been doing a lot in terms of enforcement, specifically of congestion-related manners, and with the traffic agent program. So there's a lot of really good examples these days of how well we've been working together, and quite frankly, we see a lot more opportunity going forward in the future.
Okay. Do we agree that removing obstacles is a major part of ensuring that traffic flows smoothly across the city? Any kind of obstacles, whether it's construction, taking lanes of traffic, or obstacles that are just slowing down traffic. Do we agree that removing obstacles is part of the solution?
Through the Speaker, depending on what the obstacle is. What we found through the data, so we've been managing this through, or monitoring, I should say, the situation through our travel time index, and the travel time index has shown a direct correlation specifically to construction-related activities, because we're finding it's not just the lane that's taken away by the construction-related activities. As mentioned in the example of Liberty Village, it's the various stages of construction, where they could be heavy vehicles, haul vehicles, this sort of thing, moving in and out of the routes. So construction-related closures is the biggest impact.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That's it for the questions. We'll go to speakers now. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. May I have the three motions I'm moving on the screen, please? And if you can start the time again, give them a minute. Not quite there yet. Ah, here we are. Yes, we are here. We have the motion in front of us. Thank you. We can start. There's three motions in front of you. The first one is about asking the police and the parking enforcement unit to develop and implement a blitz to enforce the law, really, to target drivers who stop in no stopping zones during rush hours on key arterial roads, with one blitz completed by the end of June 2025 and the second one by September of this year. The second motion is to establish a position of a congestion lead to look at creative cross-divisional solutions, because I was following what Councillor Crescente was talking about, so that we can coordinate and tackle congestions and to get Toronto moving. The third one is really dealing with the transportation service in consultation with TTC and Metrolinx to look at the transit priorities, because Eglinton Crosstown LRT is going to open before the end of the year, and let us make sure that the traffic signals are best that it can be, so to facilitate less congestion and get everything moving. To speak about those three motions, I think we all have experienced it. It's incredibly frustrating that in the middle of rush hour, there's a car that, with no drivers inside, they stop in a no stopping zone. The person might have gone in to get a Timmy's, or maybe picking up someone and waiting for quite a long time. And behind that car, there's blocks of cars, sometimes street cars. And if the road is narrow, no one's moving anywhere. I just think that's a selfish and disobeying the law. So it's very important, whether it's blocking the box or stopping at the no stopping zone. It's really, with the help of the Toronto Police, let us change these illegal behavior and keep Torontonians moving. There's two reports in front of us also. Which one is the annual Strategic Capital Coordinating Report. The second one is the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Report. Really, both of them talk about the need to get construction projects done faster, more transparent, more accountable, so we could ease congestion and clear the roads. So we know we have a lot of cranes in the sky, our city is growing, and we have $60 billion of capital budget for building roads and sewers and parks and more. But it is very frustrating to be stuck in traffic, and lanes get blocked for hours, months, sometimes years, when no work seems to be happening. So what this report in front of you does is actually change behavior and push the people that are doing construction to make it faster. And if they don't make it any faster, then they just pay more, and it provide them incentives. We are also coordinating all the services. There's already an office that are established, but the KPMG gave us a report card on the construction and said we barely passed. And we know it's not coordinated. Different city divisions have different practices for overseeing constructions, and as a result, the projects are taking longer and are not delivered efficiently. So we have to fix this. It's been a practice for several decades. We have to fix it now, which is why you see the report in front of us, to make sure that the construction projects are more transparent, accountable, efficient, effective, and faster. Other than looking at the pricing on construction, we are also looking at moving some of the major constructions off our arterial roads into side roads, so that we have seen impact on that already. We're also adding more traffic agents. Right now we have 22 agents on 3 roads. By this summer, we'll have 67 agents on 16 roads, and the budget that you have approved will provide 100 agents by the end of the year. Okay? We know these traffic agents are a great success. They are very, very popular, and that's why we need to have more. At the end of the day, we need to coordinate all of it, and that's why let's look at the model to have all the different divisions working together. In terms of the traffic signals on Metrolinx and TDC, and we are asking them to report back in October. Hopefully, Metrolinx will have opened the Eglinton Crosstown. Let us make sure the signals are all coordinated and prioritize public transit. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. Councillor Holiday, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Mayor, could you tell me, is the transit signal priority that you're proposing in your recommendation number 3, conditional or unconditional transit signal priorities?
We are asking this is a report request, if you have noticed. It is, they are already coordinating it, and we want to see how they are going to improve travel times. And of course, you have to ensure that the buses are not delayed. So it's coordinating both the cars, the buses, the LRTs, and the pedestrians and cyclists. So it's complex, and they are working very closely together. And we want to see the result of their work.
So any green time that you give to the LRT is taken away from either movements that are parallel to the LRT.
Yes, the buses, it could be the
Right,
bus.
could be buses, could be automobiles.
That's right.
And also, all of the perpendicular streets that are at the intersections. And I know this because we went through this in the West End with the LRT.
Yes.
Does your motion then have an effect that could cause delay and congestion for those other routes? Or those parallel or those perpendicular routes?
Not necessarily. I believe there are smart technologies that are, it depends on the time of day. It depends on which intersections. It depends on the pedestrian flows. There are a lot of consideration, and there's no reason why we would cost one and make it harder. I think at the end of the day, it's the number of people served. The higher number of people served, whether it's LRT or buses, they would take priorities. It could be car drivers, but it really depends on the time of day and how often the bus are going through that route and how often the LRTs are going by. So I don't want to prejudge. That's what smart technology, maybe even AI, I don't know, that they can actually do that kind of calculations so that congestions can be eased and that there's priority for a larger number of people traveling on the road.
So this says improve travel times through signal priority optimization for transit riders on Eglinton. But does that include the other modes, the auto and the pedestrians?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that should your motion then not be amended to say all modes, not just transit riders?
Well, it depends on the number of people that are traveling on that. If a bus carrying 30 people, I think that bus should have priority than a car or two cars that are carrying 2 people. So would I give priority to 30 people traveling versus 2 people? Yes, I would.
So if there's one bus an hour with 30 people on it, and there's, I don't know, 3,000 vehicles in an hour, well, who's the greater number of people?
3,000 vehicles in an hour?
Could be. It's a busy street.
Wow. Let me think about that. That's
Well, I just want to make sure I understand.
60 minutes divided by 3,000, that's, okay, 500 cars. Okay, wow.
So it comes down to
Per
the number
minute?
of people in the vehicle?
500 cars per minute? I'm just trying to do some math here. Anyway, I leave this to transportation experts. I leave it to smart technologies. I don't pretend that I could do that kind of calculations, thank you, at the back of an envelope, but that's certainly not my intention. At the end of the day, I think it's important that people have waited for this Eglinton cross town for so long. I spend every week in subway stations for at least an hour or 2. And the question that I get asked all the time is, when is the Eglinton LRT opening? I said, well, I don't know. I don't have any control over it. So we look forward to it running, and anything we can do to make it smoother, that's what this is what council needs to do.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin, questions?
Thank you. I'm very happy to see to see these motions brought forward, particularly the no stopping one. I'm curious, and also the congestion lead, because I do think we need the best coordination we can possibly have. But on motion number 3, I just have a question for you. I'm happy to see this report coming to IEC. I'm just wondering about the timing of October 2025, since we don't have an official date opening. We're hoping for September. That gives us a month of data. I'm just wondering, just so I can explain it to constituents, why October?
It doesn't have, I was hoping, it could be November. I'm just hoping that it would be done earlier. Also, we already know, I would imagine, what, I would think you can ask the staff that, I would imagine the TDC would have data as to how often the LRT will be running. So they already know. I just want to know before things get too settled, what precisely is the plan? So that now, if the Yankton LRT doesn't open until November, or even December 20th, I would imagine this report will have to come next year. So that October is really there because we were told that sometime in the fall before the end of the year. So it could be in November. That's flexible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Questions?
It's just a quick question about the czar, because it talks about to focus on creative cross-divisional solutions to tackling congestion.
We have that,
and I thought that's what was happening already.
Yes.
So, is your intention in the motion to? It's simply establishing that as a position,
yes.
But we can draw from the team that has
Absolutely.
already been working on that.
Yes, there's no new people.
Oh, okay.
It's designating. Now, remember when we were dealing with something like the Cafe Tio.
Yes, yes.
Because there are several departments, right? There was
right.
transportation, economic development, it is, and it is licensing, MLS, etc.
Yeah.
It became a bit confusing as to precisely who was in charge.
Right.
When transportation said, okay, Ms. Barbara Gray is in charge. Well, the next year, we got things really orderly with deadlines, it is now very smooth, as you noticed last year. So they are coordinating, they have a coordinating office. Yeah. Is it Mr. Will Johnson or someone is nodding heads? I don't want to make a decision as to precisely who it is, but
you're just saying lock it in.
Lock it in.
It's not a temporary thing. We're locking
it in.
We need this person.
That's right, because I did not do that last year because I was waiting for the staff to create that coordinating office. Right. And they were doing the report, the KPMG report. There was a whole series of things that needs to take place first.
Yes.
They have to do the studies. They have to look at the pricing. So right now, with this update, they have the pricing in now on.
Right.
You have the traffic agent. You have the construction being coordinated with one coordinating office. All of the pieces are now in place.
Right.
Let us now have someone in charge of all of these
now
pieces.
The lead will creatively use all of those things.
Absolutely.
Got you. Okay, thank you.
Because it's important to put the horse before the cart. Right?
Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. And Mayor, my question was very much along the same line as Councillor Carroll.
Yes.
I was wondering about the czars, so maybe I missed the answer. I wanted to clarify, are you recommending a new position be added, or is this they're going to find someone from within their own department and then report back to council or to your office as to who the czar is going to be?
Yeah, it's really a construction lead, congestion lead, and it's within the existing structure, because that's important.
Right.
If you just impose someone from outside, let's say, we bring in someone, whatever, that person will need to come in, learn, and read all the reports and understand all the things we're already doing. That's duplicating effort, that's not efficient, it's costly, and that's not the best way to go. It also demoralizes the staff. You know, they've been doing a lot of work. In fact, Deputy Mayor McHalvey has been on this file for at least 3 years, right? And now everything is coming to fruition. You are seeing the report in front of you. In fact, there are 3 or 4 of them. As I said, the KPMG report is now done. The construction office, the coordination office is now established. We now have road pricing. We have traffic agents being trained. We have piloted them. We know it works. So we are now ready to have all of these pieces coming together with a lead.
Just want to make sure we're not hiring an additional person for this
No,
job.
we're not.
Speaker, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless you want to, no. Okay.
Councillor Bradford, question.
Yep. Thanks, Madam Speaker, through you. And thanks to the Mayor for this motion. I just wanted to follow up on that. In your questions and your responses to Councillor Carroll, you said that the position of what I have called the Congestion Relief Commissioner or czar congestion lead here, that is not there's no additional staff or individual for that. It is a new position.
No, is to establish a position of a congestion lead. So, for example, I was using the example of FATO. There was no new people being hired. I just want to make sure there's one person. The buck stopped at one place, one person, right? In the case of FATO, which was a year before, it was all in different pieces. Was it economic development?
Mm-hmm.
Is it transportation? Is it MLS, etc.? So same thing here, because all of this is procurement, is constructions, is road pricing. It's
Madam Speaker, if I may just follow up.
Yep.
So if you're pulling somebody from somewhere else in the organizational chart, and yet we would both agree that it is so important for there to be one individual responsible and accountable for improving the congestion conditions in Toronto and for coordinating all the projects across the different divisions. We agree on that. Where are you going to find that individual to be able to do that? Do you see that as the lead of the construction coordination office? Do you see that as the lead of a deputy city manager who is going to be delegated and assigned to be our congestion czar in addition to being a DCM? Is it Barbara Gray over there, the general manager of transportation services? I'm just trying to understand, with the establishment of this new position, where that comes from and who's going to own that program.
That is what city manager is paid big bucks to make a decision on who is this person. Well, the person is probably already working very hard and already know all the files.
So if they're already here working very hard, then why haven't we seen this type of action, accountability, and responsibility to date over the past 3 years?
Are you saying that the staff have failed in doing all this thing? They've done a lot of good work already.
Well,
look at the traffic agent, the impact
what
they
I would
have.
say, Madam Speaker, if I can answer the question, although I'm supposed to be asking them, what I would say is I hear from Torontonians every single day about how impossible it is to navigate the city. Congestion's never been worse and they're very frustrated. So a lot of people do want to see somebody in charge to own that file, to have the accountability of it. A lot of people feel like that ought to be you. And as a strong mayor with
I
strong
could be
mayor
the SARS.
powers,
Would
you've
you like to be the
delegated
SAR?
that. You have
Councillor
delegated.
Bradford?
Madam Speaker, if I may.
Mayor, please let him ask his question.
If I may, Madam Speaker. Mayor Chow has delegated those authorities to the city manager, which is why the motion is written that way. Would you be open to a friendly amendment that puts that in your office, removes the delegation, but recognizes this is one of the most important issues facing the city? The mayor should own that, and you should be hands-on dealing with congestion here in the city of Toronto. It's not a matter of delegation to staff. It's something you should own, you should take the lead, and you should be responsible for. Would you be open to that friendly amendment?
I can call myself a Sarina, but no.
Not open
Councillor,
to that. Okay.
let me answer the question. 2 years ago, before I came in early 2023, TDC fares was raised and service cuts. Guess what? Fewer people took public transit. And what does that mean? More people are
Madam Speaker,
driving.
this is
As a result, there's going to be more congestion.
I asked if she would be open to a friendly amendment.
Until you actually, I'm talking about congestion. Until you fix and make sure that TTC works well, that you have good public transit, that is how you deal with congestion. Yes, all of these things, coordination, better road pricing, faster construction, more traffic agents, all of these works. But most important, if we don't have good public transit, and I know, Councillor Bradford, you voted to increase TDC fares and cut TDC services.
Thank you. Time is up.
Okay, doesn't want that responsibility. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Perruzza, be quiet, please. Okay. Councillor Moyes.
Oh my God, the peanut gallery over here. Jesus Murphy. So, Madam Speaker, to the mayor, I live downtown, I work downtown, I'm downtown all the time. And I can say to you that over the last year, I have seen a definite improvement in traffic congestion in the downtown core. And I think the traffic agents, along with transportation services under Barbara Gray's leadership, has done a tremendous job. But I have to say to you, though, that my observation and observation of residents of the downtown core, in regards to item number 1, when it comes to no stopping zones, the vehicles that we observe that are in those no stopping zones are Ubers and Lyft and taxis. So how, other than, the onus being on us as a city through transportation services, how are you going to engage those organizations so that their drivers can improve their behavior? It's a difficult
driver,
question.
whether they are Uber or Lyft driver or anyone here, needs to obey the law.
Agreed.
The law said you do not stop in the middle of rush hour in a no stopping zone. Right? And you can go pick up a passenger in somewhere else, right? On a side street. And you don't have to stop on a major road. And given how little they get paid, maybe they're just on the rush all the time. And this is which is why we're going to do Blitz.
Yeah.
It would be good to look at the result of the Blitz. If we are doing a pilot enforcement Blitz targeting drivers, let's look at who are these drivers. Let's get some data, and then we can then take the data and perhaps consider other means. I'm open to suggestions as to how we could work with some of these vehicle for hires folks that are trying to earn a living desperately, but are not obeying the law.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the mayor. On item 1, it's a blitz targeting vehicles. Would commercial vehicles on delivery be part of that blitz? Stopping and no stopping areas to deliver?
I would think so. If it say clearly there's no stopping,
Right.
they don't have to deliver it at a rush hour time, for example. And
So-
there could be other deliveries from
We used
different, you can look at different.
We used to
different
also have
roads.
a fairly aggressive towing program during rush hour. Is that part of the program as well, where we'd be towing vehicles parked?
Well, what I want to see is towing, especially during a snowstorm, when that one vehicle blocked the entire streetcar lanes. It depends on the severity, but I'll let the expert make that decision. And not pretend that I'm a police officer or a bylaw enforcement officer.
So I try and drive as little as possible in our congested city. I take the TTC, I cycle, and I walk. But when I am driving, one of the most frustrating experiences is being in gridlock, where we're squeezed down to one lane. And then when you arrive at the problem, it's these orange barriers blocking off a lane with no workers, no equipment, no digging, nothing. It is Friday afternoon laziness. They wouldn't take it out, and we're down to one lane. The position of congestion lead, would they have, do you envision them having some enforcement powers or a team to go out to these sites and open up these lanes, or at least have some consequences for construction companies that close lanes unnecessarily for days on end?
Well, actually, every day they close the lane, they're going to pay a lot more. At Lakeshore, there were 2 lanes of traffic being closed for an entire month. And guess how much they paid? They only paid $5,000. Okay? Now, under the new system, you pay every day. Every day you close the road, not doing any work, it's going to cost you more money. So the faster they do the work, the less money if it takes an entire month, this, instead of $5,000, it will cost them $287,000. Money talks. Do you want to pay $287,000? Also, there's a second part of road pricing that you're going to soon see a report coming back in a few months. Not only are we looking at that, we're looking at a levy. Okay. We're going to test out a levy that would actually do exactly what you want to do, to penalize those people that take up a lane and all they do is put cones on there, or they park a car and they park the same car there for days and days and nothing. They could park it on the side street. Instead, they park it on their lane, they close, and that's all they do. They do nothing except to park cars, right? So guess what? They're going to pay a lot of money. And majority of these are utilities. It's telecoms. They're not home builders.
I have one more question.
Sorry.
Go ahead, ask your question.
So the other part is abandoned construction sites. I realize it's a little out of the focus of your motion, but sometimes you see these construction sites where nobody's been there for days or maybe even weeks, and they do have equipment in the block lanes, but nobody's working there for weeks.
Exactly.
And I'm just wondering whether this person, this congestion lead, will have the power to follow up on who is the subcontractor or the company responsible for this, and why day after day no one's showing up to work.
Yeah, what we are doing right now is the second piece of the report. So the first piece is as of April 1st, we up the fees, right? Every day you close the road, you pay more, rather than a flat fee. For the past 10 years, it's always been a flat fee. You can just close it for 1 month or 2 months, or a year. It's just flat fee, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So there's no financial incentive to make it faster. And there's a second piece to it. A second piece is a levy, which then penalize construction companies that do exactly those things. Now, as to how that levy works, The staff is now looking at it, and so I don't want to preempt them for giving you an answer. They are working hard, so in a few months, you're going to see something that actually help answer the questions, the very good questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this, Mayor. I just want to talk about the first motion, asking them to do a blitz. I'm not sure if you've heard anything from TPS and their divisions, but since COVID, during COVID, there was no parking enforcement, essentially. But after COVID, there also has been no regular parking enforcement on Gerrard or on what I'll just call on that street, or Dundas, Gerrard in particular. I'm not sure if you have any idea why that's happened. So shifted from being heavily enforced 7 to 9 to people parking wherever they'd like for as long as they'd like, including in rush hour. Do you have any idea why that happened?
I know the traffic division of the TPS are in charge of it. They have special constables. A year ago, they said that they did not have enough officers. That's no longer appropriate because they now have a staffing plan and that they are hiring a lot more officers. So there's really no precise reason why that TPS won't be out doing the kind of blitz that we need them to do. Maybe that question could be asked to the police board chair, Councillor Carroll, who may have some answers for you.
Am I able to do that?
No, not right now, but I suspect she might speak.
She might
about
speak.
this issue, yeah.
Okay. Are you aware if there was any changes that there used to be some traffic?
Yes, I noticed that.
Traffic enforcement in the division itself.
Yes.
And now it's centralized. I'm not sure if that's the case. Is that something that you've been advised on?
I know the traffic division, one of the interim heads said that they were, this is about 6 months ago, they said they were a bit too busy to enforce some of the laws. I don't think that is the case anymore, I would imagine, because we now have a staffing plan. I was a bit shocked to learn after I saw that in the public domain, but I assume that no matter a police officer's role is to enforce all laws.
Yes.
And there's no, I don't know whether they are, they now have enough officers as they build up their complement to do so.
So if I can't ask the chair here, but one might expect.
The chair might tell me
that,
something here.
She's going to tell you something.
No, why don't you ask the chair that question?
Right now, we're asking questions to the mayor.
To the mayor.
No, I do understand that.
Okay.
But if there's been those types of changes and what happened between 7 and 9, that there would be, it's very in particular, 4 and 6 and 7 and 9 that would have meant it's so busy that the parking couldn't be enforced on these arterials when people are trying to get downtown now that COVID's over.
No, I know. Well, that's why I said one blitz completed by the end of June 2025.
And will we get
could
stats
evaluate.
on that? Will
we
be getting that?
We can then look at the status and see the impact of it. To answer Councillor Moy's question, how many of them might be Uber drivers, for example.
Yes.
I do certainly see a lot of them stopping and no stopping sign. So there are ways to analyze the data and see how we could improve the situation.
Thank you. Thank you for your motions.
Okay, I think we have time just for one more. Councillor Burnside, questions.
Hello. Thank you, through you to the mayor. Now that you're actually, and thank you for, I'll say, properly funding the police, would you like to see them actually take traffic enforcement seriously and maybe actually put the necessary resources to traffic, whether it be congestion or bad driving? Would that be something that might be helpful in this whole congestion management plan so that we don't have to rely on technology where 10% of the tickets are spoiled because people are obstructing their plates? 18,000 tickets are written because of obstructed plates, and we're having to go down this technology hole. Wouldn't it be nice to have the police actually take it seriously?
Absolutely, because if I'm a dad with a little girl, crossing street, for example, getting to school, not every intersection doesn't have a red light camera, and there's car speeding, or car parks illegally. It's important to enforce the law. And some of folks that are on the street are not obeying the law. The drivers, mopeds, and it's so important that we keep our roads safe and also have it moving. So a beef up or going back to what it used to do would really be extremely helpful.
So, right, I know you can't direct the police, and I know the acting superintendent, Matt Moyer,
yes,
has been doing a wonderful job at traffic services, and those are the folks that are actually writing the tickets,
yes,
and doing the work.
Yes.
But would you maybe take the opportunity to have conversations to ask the police to be part of the solution?
I actually visited the traffic division, and they do good work. And yes, it would be really helpful for them, for the chief and his command officer, especially in the traffic unit, to find better ways to enforce the law.
And that's your kind question for the year.
Thank you. For recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Mayor Cha, would you like to make an announcement at this time?
Yes. Members of council and Councillor Chang, you're here. Maybe I could. Oh, okay. Thank you. On this day, April 23rd, 7 years ago, a horrific, deliberate act of hateful violence claimed the lives of 11 innocent people on Yonge Street in North York. 9 of these lives taken were women. 15 more people were critically injured, one of whom ultimately died. These were beloved members of our community whose lives were cut short by this senseless violence. Our hearts go out to their families and loved ones. Today and every day, we remember them. Emma Rasinga, Andrea Bratton, Geraldine Brady, So-hee Chung, Anne-Marie D'Amico, Betty Elizabeth Betty Forsyth. Pardon me. May I just have, yeah. Mary Elizabeth Betty Forsyth. Cho Ming Kang, Chi Hung Kim, Mira Abdul Habib Najjar, Dorothy Sewell, Amarash Tafa Mariam. Please join me in a moment of silence and reflection to honor their memories and their lives. Thank you. This tragedy left a huge impact on the first responders, bystanders, and our community, especially the neighborhood in and around that area. It brought people together. They mourned together, and they came together to make the community a better place to be. Officer Ken Lam, as you may recall, a single police officer managing traffic control in the area, confronted and arrested the driver 7 minutes after the first 911 call was made. We honor his heroic efforts that day and those of all the nearly 2,000 first responders and personnel involved in the aftermath and investigation, including the Toronto Police Service, Toronto Fire Service, Toronto Paramedic Service, transit enforcement, and staff at the nearby North York Civic Center. These are civil servants that did tough work, and we are very, very grateful for their service. In recognition of that service, and in that aftermath, as well as during the pandemic, on Saturday, April 26, Centenary Place in North York, we are ceremonially rename that as the Hero's Way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Mayor, for your kind words. It was the first warm spring day after a long, dreary winter, which meant that many people were out walking on Yonge Street, and the pain and shock of that day remains etched in our hearts. It was so difficult for us to see our vibrant stretch of Yonge Street, normally filled with bustle and busyness brought to a haunting standstill with orange tarps laid over those who were so suddenly and senselessly taken. And yet in that quiet darkness, something beautiful emerged, a community that chose love, resilience, and solidarity. We honor all of the first responders, and especially our North York Civic Center security team that ran out to perform first aid. Your courage will never be forgotten. From the ashes of grief, the We Love Willowdale movement was born, a testament to the strength of our community. Its legacy lives on not only in words, but in action through the building of a volunteer network that stepped up during the pandemic and the founding of a food bank to support neighbors in need. These are living memorials to those we lost, proof that even in tragedy, love can rise. To the families of the victims, we extend our deepest sympathies and our hope that you too have found moments of beauty and strength amidst your sorrow. We are especially grateful to the D'Amico family, whose courage and generosity have brought meaning to their grief through a remarkable $1 million contribution to the North York Women's Shelter, helping to combat gender-based violence in memory of Anne Marie D'Amico's bright and compassionate spirit. This Saturday at 10 a.m., we invite you all to join us at Mel Lastman Square Fountain for a community moment of silence, where we will unveil the Heroes Way commemorative road signs that will be placed at Canterbury Place, where our local fire station and police station stand. These signs will forever mark the place where swift and selfless action brought safety and comfort to our neighborhood during its darkest moment. Finally, I will be bringing forward a motion later in council to launch a design contest for a permanent memorial, one that is long overdue. It is time that we create a lasting space where we can gather, reflect, and honor the lives forever changed by this tragedy. Let us continue to stand not only in grief, but in purpose, compassion, and unwavering community spirit. Let us remember Toronto strong and Willowdale strong that emerged from this tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank Councillor Chang and the Mayor for their remarks. As some of you may know, during that day, I was actually witness to the event. I performed CPR on 2 of the 3 people that passed. It was a difficult day for everybody that was present. I just want to pay tribute as well and give recognition to TDSB Security and the entire administration of the TDSB for their heroic service that day as well. It's a day that's etched in my mind. I think anyone who witnessed will not forget, but Toronto strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Mayor, to Councillor Chang, and to Councillor Moyes for their words. I just want to also recognize the D'Amico family. Anne-Marie D'Amico is a resident of Davenport. The D'Amico family has had long roots in Davenport. We have a parquet named after Anne-Marie because she was as beloved in Davenport, in the community, as she was by her family. And the foundation that the D'Amico family set up is the most beautiful, poignant testament to how they've turned the most painful and tragic moment of their lives into something that is giving back and contributing to so many. This is a great day to contribute to the D'Amico Family Foundation in their daughter's name to support initiatives that combat and are aimed at eradicating violence against women. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Members, the City Clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the Clerk's meeting portal. CC 29.9, 1175, 81 Western Road, and 7 and 17 Locust Street, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. The Executive Director, Corporate Real Estate Management, has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. GG 19.27, award to GFL Environmental for contained residential collection of waste materials for solid waste management services. And the Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure and Development Services, and Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer have submitted a supplementary report with a recommendation. CC 20.12, litigation arising from the Section 1 of the FG Gardner Expressway, Jarvis Street to Cherry Street. The Chief Procurement Officer and the Executive Director, Engineering and Construction Service Division have submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Members, I will now take the release of votes. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release item EX 22.3. I'd like to make a few comments, if you don't mind. .3.
There is no EX
Sorry.
20.3.
Nope, that's probably not the one. The George Street item. 22.2, thank you.
Are you talking about George Street?
I am.
That's EX 22.2. Is that what you want to talk about?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Huh?
Just trying to, yes. Advancing the George Street Revitalization Project.
That's 22.2.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. As you mentioned, there's an echo in this chamber. I just want to take an opportunity just to thank staff. You know, I was in healthcare for almost 22 years to be exact. But one of my responsibilities was actually referring people out of the emergency to our to shelters and to detox in those places. And I can say to you that I sent hundreds of people to Seton House. We're talking about George Street revitalization, but for me, I know it as Seton House. You know, 5 years after working at the hospital, I asked my clinical leader manager if I could go into Seton House to actually just do a walk through and spend a day there with the staff. And of course, when I walked in, it was very dark and dingy and it looked very institutionalized. But what I walked away with, though, was the compassion of the staff, you know, in the building, supporting hundreds of people who are marginalized. And I'm happy that, you know, fast forward to 2025, we're able to actually revitalize this space and provide care to the most marginalized people in the city. And looking at the plans, we could see that with the revitalization, there'll be 80 emergency beds.
Councillor Moyes, is this a quick item?
It is a quick item. 100 transitional shelters.
Okay.
Anyways, I just want to thank Pat Matozo at Krem and his team for really putting, you know, the foot to the metal here and making this happen. Abby Bond and the Housing Secretary and her team. I know she's leaving soon, but you know, I know that you've done a lot of hard work on this, as well as Gord Tanner at TSSS and his team, and of course the planning staff. You know, when we did the public consultation on this, for the first time I actually saw them smile, you know, in a good way. And so this is really a great project, and I just want to thank everyone for this. Thank you. May I have
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Oh, recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first item I'd like to release is GG 20.12, litigation arising from the rehabilitation of Section 1 of the FG Gardner Expressway, Jarvis Street to Cherry Street. The supplementary reports has been released, and I'd like to move recommendation number 2 in the report.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so the recommendation, the supplementary report is to suspend WSP.
Councillor Ainsley, we're going to put the
okay.
2 on the screen. There it is on the screen.
You wanted to go in. Oh, that. Yeah.
It's on the screen.
Yeah.
On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Point of order.
Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, because we're voting on that, but they're very active on Ontario line contracts. I'm not sure how that impacts any of our business because it's on our property as well. Yeah.
Well, we just voted on it. We'll have to reopen it.
Okay. I guess I didn't have a chance to ask that question. Too.
Fletcher, we're doing these are quick releases.
I understand.
Yeah. So that's why. So do you want to reopen the item then? Do you want to reopen the item?
Yes, just so I can ask our staff if there's impact.
Okay, so then we have to reopen the item then.
And then we could do it quickly once I get the answer.
Okay, well, it won't be a quick item then. So
Well,
motion.
it might be if I get the answer.
Well, but we're not at the item, Councillor Fletcher. We're doing quick releases.
Okay, Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Carroll's moving to reopen. All in favor? Carried. Okay, the item is reopened. Councillor Ainsley will be in your name, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have 2 more.
Okay.
GG 20.14, establishing the City of Toronto Mayor's Arts Award for Artificial Intelligence Innovation with Cities, Division, Agencies, and Boards. I had circulated a motion that I worked on with the Mayor's Office, Technical Services, and Economic Development staff.
Okay, so we'll continue holding it.
Okay, I'll continue that in my name. And then the last one, Madam Speaker, IE 20.11, changing the night of garbage collection for West End, Ossington, Queen West College Promenade area. I have an amendment that I worked out with Deputy Mayor Malik.
Okay, did you say you had questions of staff? So these are not quick items, Councillor Ainsley, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, who has questions of staff?
Councillor Carroll said. All right. Councillor Sachs, quick item.
I'm going to try. TE 21.10 and 21.11, 522 University Avenue. I'm prepared to release them.
Okay, so you're releasing T 21.10 by 22 University Avenue. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. And T 21.11? On favor? Carried. Thank you.
Some things are quick.
Councillor Fletcher, quick release.
Thank you very much for everything. Like my tea. I'm going to release DM 29.1, which is appointment of a public member to the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal, and I have a quick motion that's there too. I
It-
believe,
It's not ready.
oh, okay. Not quick. Then I have, let's try TE 20.55, ensuring safety for the Ontario Line construction in Ward 14.
What was that number? Sorry.
Sorry, it's first page. It's a deferred item, 20.55, TE 20.55. Releasing.
Yes, I have it. Thank you. Is there a motion on this?
No.
Okay. You want to just put it on the screen? On the item, yeah.
So I think the clerk's indicating there's something on the motion for the Dangerous Dog Tribunal. I'll come back to that.
Okay. Okay, nobody wants to see. Okay, on favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you.
And then, thank you. Speaker, one more. EC 19.5, addressing dangerous.
Okay, hold on.
For which one? Well, why don't you put it in? Then we can release it later. Okay, I'll continue to hold that. Councillor Holliday has an amendment, which I haven't seen, and so this probably won't be a quick item, Speaker. We'll just hold that down.
You're talking about DM 29.2.
No, my dear, I'm talking about EC 19.5.
Okay, we'll continue holding it. Thank you.
And DM 29.2, I'm just working with Councillor Chernos Lynn on an amendment there, getting the time right, actually, which month it's coming. So I think it's coming in June. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. It's being held. Okay, we'll now go to the mayor's first key item, which is IE 20.3, and together with IE 20.2. We'll put the speakers list on the screen. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I ask the clerk to put the two motions that I submitted up and present them to council? I'll paraphrase them quickly and I'll make some comments. The first motion is asking to implement a couple of those zipper merge signs that was in the Board of Trade report on a pilot basis. The second motion is asking to look at cross streets or east-west streets in the city, as was articulated in the Board of Trade report as well. And importantly about that was to ask the staff to take a look at it, take a look at key performance indicators, and also to look at how it applies to policies that this council makes. And I think that's an important point. I would like to open my remarks a little bit with thanking the Toronto Region Board of Trade for preparing their report on congestion. I think these are very, very important pieces of information. Madam Speaker, if I could just get a little quiet in the chamber. I think these are really important ideas in this report, as they are really important policy matters. And I say that with distinction from some of the tactical things that are before us in this particular congestion management plan update. Speaker, I think it's really important to circle in on a couple of things here. The first is this idea that policies are important, and if I'll put to you that if we were really to think about who is responsible for congestion in this city, I would suggest that council take a look at itself in the mirror, because that has so much to do with the decisions that we make in this chamber. You know, the particular report opens up with this notion that there is a 26% increase in automobile registrations in this city. Now, I got a lot of questions about that number, but let's take it at face value. So if ownership of cars is up, then why is it that this council has removed minimum parking requirements? Why is it that this council has literally filled in traffic lanes? Why has this council put Cafe Tio out on the street or put in bike lanes? These are all really important policy questions where it seems that council doesn't take congestion seriously. And I remember the last time we debated this at council, and that some of my colleagues snickered at this, but I moved a motion that said, the effect that city council commit to reducing congestion in Toronto. It passed, but not with a flying majority. I tried to ask to have it changed from the congestion management plan to the congestion reduction plan. That didn't pass. And some said, well, you're doing that as a stunt. But I bring it back to the point I want to leave, is that this has so much to do with the day-to-day policies that we come up with in this city. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the mayor has moved this idea of a traffic czar, also in the Board of Trade report. I don't want this person to be the traffic czar. And if anybody remembers the pokeroo and the myth around the pokeroo, this was a person that would show up and maybe cause mischief or do good things on a TV show, but would conveniently disappear when others came back around looking for them. And so the question will be, is this traffic czar then going to be held accountable for reducing congestion in this city? And what happens a year from now if the congestion continues to trend upwards? That's a tough job to assign to someone, Mr. City Manager, especially when council literally ties their hands behind their back and gives them policies that create congestion in this city. So if that czar has control over these types of decisions, but closing lanes and doing different things, that's another story. But to set up that individual and then continue on the course that we have is something that doesn't reconcile. The last thing I want to make a point of, and again, back to policy, I asked the mayor some questions about her motion number 3, which was transit priority signals. Sounds great on the surface. But I asked the mayor about a little bit of detail. How are these things set up? How do the numbers work? Are they conditional or not conditional? Big difference in the two. I didn't really get an answer. I mean, maybe she didn't know. It was just wasn't time to deal with it.
5 seconds.
But look at the details on this. Green time doesn't come from nowhere. It all adds up. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We did have a question, but
naturally,
they took their name off. Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I have a motion, if they could put it up on the screen. This motion I have essentially asks that staff come back in October with a strategy that doesn't punish our street events. As you know, our city becomes alive over the summer and fall with all kinds of incredible activities, whether it be the Taste of Italy, the Taste of the Danforth, the Taste of Lawrence Avenue West. And these are important community builders. They're also very, very critically important for small business. And so we just, as we increase the fees for disruption of lanes, et cetera, and streets, we can't punish these nonprofit events that take place in our community. So just want staff to come back so we have a less punitive impact on these very, very critical street festivals that we sometimes take for granted, but it's an incredible activity that takes place, usually manned by volunteers. And so let's not neglect them as we wage our war on the car, or wage our war on traffic, wage our war on congestion, wage our war on bicycle lanes. That's what's the cause, bicycle lanes. Every time you run into somebody, they say, it's the bicycle lanes. And I say, yeah, there's 500,000 cars a day go along the 401. Have you ever seen a bicycle on the 401 that's causing all those 500,000 cars congestion? Oh, it's the bicycle lanes. And sure, bicycle lanes are a pain, and we've got to make some fixes there, and I think we're working on that. But everybody has a solution to congestion. Everybody's an expert. You know, we've got the construction, the buses, the streetcars. They're the cause of congestion. It's the streetcars. No matter how many times you tell people, every time you see a loaded bus, it takes about 100 cars off the road. But no, it's that bus full of people going to work. They're the cause of congestion. And I just said, my fellow councillor mentioned increased car ownership, that it's city councillors' fault that we've got congestion because they don't acknowledge car ownership increases. Well, I think there might be a different perspective on that. One of the reasons why we have congestion is because there's so many damn cars on the road, so many trucks. Car ownership has gone up dramatically across the GTA. And people, so we all sit in our cars, damning the congestion, but we are the congestion most of the times when we sit in our cars, bumper to bumper. So we have to really thank staff for this very multifaceted, comprehensive
Okay,
approach.
Councillor Cole, put your time on hold.
See, there's just too much conversational congestion here.
Okay, everyone.
What's the use? What's the use even talking? Nobody's listening,
No,
so
but
forget it.
Councillor Cole, I put your time on hold
I know
because
it's not
there's
your fault. I just don't want to even
there's
talk.
too much noise.
I
Come
know,
on.
They don't listen. So what's the use?
Councillor Carroll, Councillor Ainslie, everybody, please.
They don't even listen to you, you see?
No, they don't listen to anybody.
Look.
Come on, enough. They're really, I don't know what's happened today, but everybody just has their own conversation. Councillor Myers, Councillor Prudsa, please sit. Okay, Councillor Cole, do you want to continue?
No, nobody's listening, so what's the use? Waste of time. Yeah, they're listening to 10 people online, yeah.
I know, but if you want to speak, maybe you can go back there, upstairs, I don't know, outside, wherever you want to go. Okay, okay. Councillor Carroll, you're next to speak. Did you want to speak now? Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
The only problem is that I just put a jujube in my mouth, but I'll see what I can do. Madam Speaker,
hold on. There's something like this. The computer is frozen here.
It was, and I'm going to speak about AI again now, Councillor Perks.
It's working now. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, I rise. I don't have a motion, but I rise because earlier there was much discussion about whether or not, in fact, we are enforcing parking and whether or not it's a part of the congestion management plan. I can report that if we went all the way back to COVID times, you can only describe the revenue picture in parking enforcement now as having gone right through the roof. We are back in the business of parking enforcement. We are doing our best. We have additional officers, so that is now amping up. Whether or not it's happening on the correct streets, and I think that was more in conversation, I've learned that was more Councillor Fletcher's issue than anything. Whether or not it's happening on those major thoroughfares where people are stopping on the very routes that are considered commuter routes, those are the most difficult to enforce. And that's why elsewhere in this agenda and elsewhere in this organization right now, the work is going on to begin to better use technology to do those things. It can become a part of the congestion management plan. I like the wording of the mayor's motion that this new congestion lead should be looking for every creative and innovative way at all times, and that should be a more permanent effort, a more permanent role. I love that motion because what it means is the better and better that technology gets, the better and better that the parking enforcement unit human members get, the more they can use those resources to better enforce these things. And so there's a confluence of items that can actually deal with congestion now. The changing in the way we do capital project management can help us. The way we coordinate capital, and especially between the external agencies, can help us. But in the congestion management plan, the motion to have a lead who can grab every innovation as it comes along and make it part of the puzzle is how we're going to get where some of our external partners, like the Board of Trade and their committee, where all of those groups want us to get. I mentioned technology, Madam Speaker, because we've been resistant to some of these things. We have firms, some of them, we're not even talking about Silicon Valley, some of them are based right here in Toronto. Their ideas were developed here in Toronto, up the street, at U of T, at the Vector Institute and the like. But they're not actually being adopted by our city. And once you do, that's when you get to do the most complicated type of enforcement possible. You have a car stopped to run into the coffee shop on a commuter route, and the officer he's reluctant to stop because he then becomes part of the problem. Now there's 2 cars stopped on the side of the road because he stopped to give that guy a ticket. So it's a real dilemma for that human enforcement individual. But if you add technology to this, consider, Madam Speaker, if there was a camera on the side of a streetcar that went by, read that license plate, knew that infraction was going on, and recording could issue a ticket. The mayor and council already have requests into the province to help us deepen what we can do with camera enforcement. We're waiting for that answer to come back. But if you take that, you take some of the innovations being developed right now, you can even do something such as programming that type of innovation so that it reads that license plate and says, well, this is the first time I've ever seen that car stopped in front of the Tim Hortons. We're going to issue a paper warning. It's going to get a thing in the mail saying the next time this machine reads you will get a ticket. But you don't get it the first time. That would only clog up our alternative dispute resolution mechanism. You get a warning. But the next time, the technology knows you've already had your warning, you get a ticket. You can program to that level of specificity, and now the police officer doesn't have to further clog up the street to stop and ticket that individual. Those are the types of things that we need to very quickly get going. And that's a use case I just described to you. When you hear people talking about AI use cases, that's what that was. I just described it. What we need is for that company that already can do that to be able to walk in the door, and at PMMD, the answer is yes. We need that, we're going to adopt it, and we're going to use it. And that's why having this motion that the mayor has moved is so crucial at this time.
5 seconds.
That lead will give the city the wherewithal and the motivation to adopt those solutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking staff for these 2 excellent reports, along with the Enhancing Capital Construction Delivery Report. I would also like to thank the many deputants who contributed to a productive discussion on these items at our Infrastructure and Environment Committee earlier this month. As is often the case, I am impressed by how much work the city is doing to address traffic on our streets. I've seen this firsthand in my ward when staff have responded to concerns about several key issues that my constituents are experiencing. With that said, it is clear that we need to do more to address the growing challenges. There is an unprecedented level of construction in our city. In July 2024, 18% of all road capacity was temporarily closed for construction. Shh. Thank you. One thing is clear. Some of this is due to developers, some of it is utility work and state of good repair, but we need to recover the significant costs from the occupation of our right-of-ways for short and long-term construction projects. I am so very supportive of the increased RODAR daily fees. As we heard from staff earlier, as well as from Councillor Cole, we are already seeing encouraging signs that these increased fees are incentivizing contractors to find less impactful and faster ways to complete projects. I am also supportive of staff exploring escalating surcharges for longer duration construction to recoup the city's costs of deferring city projects. I look forward to more information about the effectiveness of the new RODAR's fees and updates on a potential congestion management levy to address the growing pressures on our streets. The city is using leading-edge intelligent transportation system technology to manage our transportation network, including smart signals and intelligent intersections across the city. To build on the work already underway, I moved a motion at Infrastructure and Environment asking staff to report back on how the city is currently using AI and opportunities to expand the application of AI in capital coordination, project delivery, and congestion management, including a jurisdictional scan. I understand, I am happy to see that Mayor Chow has moved a motion aimed at preventing idling vehicles from blocking live lanes of traffic during rush hour. I fully support this, as well as other efforts to improve our transit service reliability. From the staff report, we can see that 131 intersections have been equipped with transit signal priority since 2022, with plans to upgrade an additional 50 locations this year. I would love to see this sped up further. I look forward to the updated congestion management plan, which I understand will be completed this fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that is a friendly amendment to Mayor Chow's motion, updating the report back date on signal prioritization for the Eglinton line to July rather than October, and I'll explain that in a moment. So for many years, as many of you know, I also brought several motions with respect to addressing what we used to colloquially refer to as curb hogs, people who put on their blinkers on a live lane of traffic because their dry cleaning or Starbucks is more important than everybody caught behind them. I've moved motions on trying to mitigate the impact of construction hoarding that takes over our lanes of traffic for 2 to 3 years at a time, and worked with Barbara Gray on bringing construction hubs to our neighborhoods, such as Yonge and Eglinton, to finally coordinate how all of this work happens so that people can move easily, freely, and most importantly, safely. And the fact that Mayor Chow has not only moved on these, I think, intuitive concepts that all of us agree on, and more, demonstrates to me, and I think to hopefully all of us, that this city recognizes that traffic congestion is something that we need to prioritize because it's getting in the way of our quality of life. It impacts our local economy. It means that it's hard to know if you're going to get to work or school on time. And ultimately, it means less time from your family and the things you want to do in your own life. Nobody wants to be stuck in traffic. We've had famous episodes where we've had hockey teams come to our city and have had to walk to go to their own game because they couldn't get through traffic. That's embarrassing. We don't want to be competing with cities like LA for the worst congestion in the entire continent. But we all know that as much as we try to harm reduce when it comes to traffic congestion, the more we're all driving, the more we're part of that traffic. And the more options people have other than driving, realistic options, the more possible it will be for them to take that option. Transit is the best alternative to driving in this city. But our transit system has not expanded well enough over many decades. It's only catching up now, and not as much as we want it to. We also need to make sure that it's reliable, that it's safe, that it's affordable. And that's work that Chair Myers and I and my colleagues on the TTC are focusing on as well. But on Eglinton, and the reason why it's important to get ahead of the potential opening in September, yes, if it really does open in September, is because we want to make sure that once this LRT is up and running, the first LRT in our city, the Ford family may not always recognize that, but this will be the first LRT running in our city, and we want it to be a success. We want light rapid transit to be rapid. After all these years of disruption, businesses being impacted, communities being impacted, billions of dollars spent, and years of delays, if this opens and isn't moving, we all have got a problem. And we also want to make sure that we see future successes. We want to see Finch open. We want to see Quayside. We want to see the waterfront. We want to see Eglinton East, maybe known as the Scarborough LRT eventually. We want to see rapid transit open up and move around our city, and we've got to get it right. So what I hope in July is that we can work with staff on a plan to prioritize transit on Eglinton while ensuring that it doesn't increase congestion and really considers how everybody needs to get around. But ultimately, I appreciate the support to make sure that we get ahead of it rather than react after it opens. And by the way, when I say after it opens, take that with a grain of salt. I hope it opens in September. That's what we believe will happen. But that'll be up to Metrolinx to really make it happen. Do you believe? I believe. I hope.
Blink 3 times.
I'm with you.
If you build it, they'll come.
Thank you. Thank you to the chorus. Thank you.
I do believe, and it's going to happen. No, it is, for sure. And I expect a nice dinner from Councillor Matlow if it doesn't open. Hold on. We have a question for you, Councillor Holiday. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I asked this question of the mayor, but I don't know if I got the answer. So maybe you know, because you're amending the motion. Do you know if these signals are unconditional or conditional?
So I don't know yet because staff haven't reported to us on it. And what they're going to have to figure out is, first of all, I believe the Metrolinx is supportive. I believe that staff want to figure it out. They want to make sure that it's done safely. We don't want to increase congestion in any way, so we want to address that. But ultimately, we want to make sure that it works so that transit is moving fast and isn't just waiting around at every junction.
And you see the words that I see here through signal priority optimization for transit riders on Eglinton, but it doesn't say anybody else.
So it's not about wanting other people to go slower. It's about recognizing that, and the mayor was correct in her answer, that when you have at any given moment a few vehicles with 1, maybe 2, maybe 4 people in it, and you've got a vehicle with many more people, you'll want to make sure that they get through because you're actually serving democratically more people at that very moment to get to work or get to school on time. What I think is important, to your point, is that we don't do it in a way that we are obtuse to the fact that everyone else also wants to and needs to get around within a reasonable time frame. So what staff will come back to us with, I trust, is a proposal that will give prioritization to vehicles that have more people rather than the vehicles that have fewer people, but still ensure that within a reasonable time frame, those other vehicles are able to get around as well. And if we get that right, I think we're getting our city right.
Would you acknowledge, though, that green time is finite? So if you give it to one person, you take it away from another, and that potentially creates congestion for someone else.
So allow me to respectfully just correct even the math that you used right there. When you give it to one person, you take it from another one person. It's about ensuring that a large number of people are able to move. Like, for example, if there's a lineup and there's one person responsible for backing everybody else up, you want to make sure that that one person isn't in the way, just like we discussed, that if I'm driving my car, I don't want one person going into their Starbucks or their dry cleaners blocking up the lane for me and everybody else. So if we have lots and lots of people in an LRT, we want to make sure that they get across the street to keep going.
Okay, thank you.
Because if we're going to build rapid transit, it's got to be rapid.
Thank you. I just want to remind members of council, it's clarification of the motion, please.
The other answer to my
Oh, no,
other question.
Councillor Matlow, hold on. Somebody else wants to ask you a question. Clarification of the motion. Councillor Crescenti.
Just to your question, I'd also be happy to buy you dinner regardless of whether or not the LRT opens in September.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor, you're taking up Councillor
Speaker,
Crescenti's
you
time.
could take my name out because I hit that by accident, so
Okay, so
we're good.
You don't have a question?
No, not today, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, question, 3 minutes.
I just want to to clarify, you're not talking about necessarily buying an expensive piece of signal prioritization technology. You're talking about optimization similar to what they do in Edmonton.
Yes.
On the above ground rails.
Yes.
So they prioritize the vehicles and the car drivers kind of go along with that on account of there are now hardly any cars on the road because people are happy to drive in the rail transit.
And frankly, when I drive, I often think if there are fewer cars competing with me on that lane, it's actually better for me.
Yeah.
So if the transit is moving faster, it will incent more people to choose that option, and therefore it's better for car drivers.
So you're just looking for that similar model.
You got it.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here. It's actually just an amendment to the mayor's motion. I think it's a friendly amendment, although I didn't get a super clear answer when I asked her about that. But I'm requesting the mayor to use the existing legislative powers of the mayor to establish the position of congestion relief commissioner or traffic czar, whatever we want to call it, right away. I checked with the clerks, and the mayor has the ability to do that by issuing a mayoral decision. And I would suggest that it's a decision that the majority of Torontonians would welcome, and they would welcome that quickly. My concern with the original motion, as the mayor had written it, was that it was too vague. And I think we've seen this in a couple of different things that have come from this council over the past year. This appears to be structured in a way where it's not coming back to council, and yet this is kind of one of the biggest issues that our city is dealing with. So we don't have reports that are coming back. We don't have a line of sight into the position or what it's going to look like. We don't know who's going to be doing it. We don't know when they're going to be starting. We heard from the mayor that it's a new position, but it's not a new staff member. We heard that the work is already underway, but this is new important work that needs to get going, and now it's going to be priority. So I think, really on behalf of council and my fellow Torontonians, this is such a key file. We need to have a light aside into that. And I would echo Councillor Holliday's comments. We need to make sure that the mayor is, of course, accountable to council and to Torontonians, and that this important action will not just fade away into the bureaucratic abyss here at City Hall. For more than 2 years, I've been calling for a congestion relief commissioner. And of course, the idea of a senior public servant who would have the sole job, the focus and the clarity of managing competing construction priorities, troubleshooting emerging hotspots, doing everything we can using technology to prevent the gridlock that has become the hallmark of Toronto. I made it a priority back in the 2023 mayoral by-election. I spoke about it regularly in this chamber. I spoke about it in the media. I wrote an op-ed in the Star last fall. I think that you're seeing that picked up by the mayor today, which I think is fantastic, by the Board of Trade in February, and anybody who tries to drive in the downtown core, whether that was last summer or today, and is constantly confronted with single lane reductions, construction equipment stored in the right-of-way, projects that carry on not just weeks, but months and sometimes years, parallel routes tied up simultaneously with no way and nowhere to go. The Board of Trade said it really well, that congestion is more than a transportation challenge, it's a structural economic crisis. And businesses will not be able to invest in new expanded operations where their people, products, and clients face systemic barriers. And I think in the context today of a global trade war, the disruption, the geopolitical uncertainty, we got to get our own house in order here in Toronto. This is the top issue that I hear about across all 640 square kilometers of Toronto, is how impossible it is to navigate the city. Now, I think we heard from the mayor today about bike lanes and transit options, and while those are great options in some circumstances for some people, you can't ride the transit that's not operating, and unfortunately not everybody has the ability, the schedule, or the capacity to ride a bike to where they need to go. So lost in all of this discussion, I think, is the reality that car ownership and registration in the city of Toronto has gone up by 26% over the past decade. Have we increased road capacity by 26% to accommodate that? No, actually, we've done the opposite. We've removed vehicle travel lanes at an alarming rate in many of the city's key east, west, north, south corridors. So, we're managing competing priorities. I understand that that's difficult. I commend the mayor for picking up the mantle on this. I think too often it feels like the mantra here at City Hall and in Toronto in general is hurry up and wait, which is why I'm hoping you can support my amendment to make sure that this gets implemented, stood up right away with the transparency, accountability, and leadership that comes with the mayor's office when it comes to tackling our congestion crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I rise in support of these motions and these reports. I do want to say that I think we have extraordinarily high caliber leadership and visibility right now with Barbara Gray and Roger Brown, who are here in this chamber and who work their butts off morning, noon, night, and weekends, doing everything that we've asked them to do and have taken substantial steps to reduce congestion. For those who have taken the time to read the congestion report, I hope you've noticed that congestion has got a lot better. Travel times have improved dramatically. We had a terrible problem last summer when 24% of the downtown traffic lanes were closed for construction. And of course, we had a disastrous problem at that point. We've taken substantial measures to change that, including the reports that are before us today and the new fees. And we are also seeing a reduction in condo construction. And as well, we've had previous decisions by this council to move away from zero lot line construction so that construction can take place without occupying the roads. So the problem is already getting better. It is already getting better quite a lot, and we are just taking a number of new measures that will improve it further. And I think that our staff deserve credit for their hard work, for their success, and we should be paying attention to the data and not just waving our hands about people's fears. Second thing I want to say is about bike lanes. You've heard again from some of my colleagues that bike lanes worsen congestion. It's not true. I hope that some of you will take the time to read the decision that came out of the Superior Court of Justice this week from someone who, unlike most of the people in this room, have actually done the work and looked at the data. And what that court decision says really clearly is there is compelling evidence that bike lanes, specifically including Yonge, University, and Bloor, they save lives, they increase safety, they reduce injuries, and they have no effect on congestion. In the long run, they improve congestion. And the provincial government's response was they had a few anecdotes, and they had a real estate professor who didn't have any expertise in transportation, and that was their entire evidence for this claim, which you hear repeated over and over and over again, that, oh yes, the bike lanes are the problem. It is not true. What we have is a problem for sure, But it's a problem of success. It is a problem that is already getting better. It is a problem that is going to continue to get better. And in the meantime, the best and fastest way to get around downtown Toronto, as I can tell you after many decades of doing it, is by bike. It's much faster than driving. It's much faster than transit, as long as we have safe places to do it, which is what our bike lanes do. The second fastest way to get around downtown a lot of the time is by transit. We do have to improve transit, and we are improving transit. We are taking substantial steps under Chair Myers to address a number of the significant problems that have hobbled our transit system, one of which is transit system priority, and absolutely we have to do enormously better at transit signal priority. Horrifying, I have to say, to learn that only half the intersections on our 20 busiest streetcar and bus lines have transit priority. The intersections, 1/4 of those pieces of equipment don't work, and most of the rest are outdated. So we have a lot of room to improve. We also know that we need bus lanes, which we're going to be consulting on later this month and next month. But the fact is, we know what to do. We are already doing a great deal of what we need to do. It is better already. It is going to get better. Our staff deserve credit, and we need to stand behind them. And we don't need more fancy titles at City Hall. Surely we have enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
So there are some hopeful things in this report that we have in front of us, obviously. One of them that I'm hopeful for is, I'll explain a little example. So Steeles Avenue. I live near Islington. And for a few days, Steeles Avenue was just backed out, completely backed up the south side of Steeles. And I thought to myself, and you couldn't get through there. So one day I said, you know what, I got to see what this is about. Went on Steeles from Islington to where the clutter was, just on the other side of Weston Road. A lane had been clogged up by some construction activity. They had put a steel plate down. They had left a sign there with an arrow, and they basically pinched the road. So it took about 40 minutes to go a block and a half. Why? Because some construction folks had basically pinched the road, gone away, and they had a steel cover over it. I don't know if they could just have removed the pylons and you could have gone through, probably. But there was nobody to report that to that could do anything about it. Hopefully this new construction person will be able to do something about that. Fines are great, but they're hard to issue, hard to enforce, even harder to collect. So, the notion that we're going to charge people a whole lot of money for doing stuff, we cranked up the parking fines. People are still illegally parking. You got to catch them, you got to issue the fine, and then you got to be able to collect the money later on, right? To make them work. All of it harder. You also need not just the stick, but you need the carrot in there. So at least we're doing something. Technology, okay, sure. You know what it took me? I live, basically give it away, Islington, between Finch and Steeles. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to get down here this morning. An hour and 20 minutes. GPS said an hour and 17, best route. It actually took an hour and 20 minutes. Average 17 kilometers an hour. Right? And I live in the city limits. I think that people who live down here have a bit of a closed, sort of blinkers on, right? The city of Toronto is big. Some 50 kilometers plus, one end to end. And not going the other way. And then when you add the regions in and around, it is massive. And it takes forever to get around. People are desperate. They are at their wits' end. So yeah, they want to blame. Construction, city projects, bike lanes, you name it, blame. But our own staff this morning, you know what they said? They said car registrations have gone up 26% in the last 6, 7, 8 years. A quarter. We're building 0 parking spaces in new buildings, but car ownership, boom, right? Where do you think they're going to go? So when Premier Ford says he's going to tunnel under the 401 or build, skyways over, I get it. We all laugh. Not in our lifetime. 50 years, 100 years, 300 years out. The media pans him. I get that. But you know what? The public is desperate. They are absolutely, totally desperate, and they're looking for solutions. Whatever that solution is. Do you see anything in this report that says we're going to take away a few stoplights? That we're going to bury some intersections? Do you see anything in this paperwork in front of you today that says they're going to create some high-speed routes to get in and around the city and the region over time? Do you see anything in this report that says that along with 26% increase in automobile ownership and truck ownership and everything else, that there's going to be a 26% increase in road space? No. Well, then slowing it down, slowing it slower, gumming it up.
15 seconds.
Ain't making it any better for anybody. Right? People are desperate. They are looking for solutions. They're looking for a vision of where the city of Toronto or the greater city of Toronto is going to be 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, and how people are going to move end to end expeditiously.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is over. Thank you. Speaker, you are next. 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Councillor Peruzza's mic is on.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much.
It's off now. I don't want to hear him breathing.
He's a deep breather.
Just joking. Anyway, no, it's okay. I never take 5 minutes. But
okay, good.
How many people watch the hockey game?
Can I have the balance of your time?
How many people watch the hockey game? Okay, there's a commercial on if you watch the Leaf game, and there's a commercial where they're asking questions to different people, and one guy on the commercial says, "I live in Toronto. It takes me an hour to get to Toronto." Remember that commercial? That's on. Watch the hockey game. It's on every night. It talks about how someone lives in Toronto and how it takes an hour to get to Toronto. Now, congestion is not just downtown. We're hiring all additional staff downtown to monitor congestion, but we have congestion in the suburbs. And I know Councillor Holiday, I know my ward, and I have a big issue at Keon Lawrence and Weston Lawrence and Jane and the 400. But we're not addressing the issues that we have in the suburbs because nobody's there enforcing, nobody's there tagging. I think what we need to do, and I've spoken to Barbara that maybe you drive around and look at all the congestion we have in the suburbs, what's happening. For example, Dundas and Bathurst, they have that road closed for over 4 years now, and it's a city project. 4 years, there's been one lane closed at Dundas and Bathurst. I'm hearing there's legal.
Yeah. Somebody go after that.
For 4 years.
Yeah.
One lane of traffic.
Exactly.
That's where we have congestion, and this is a city project. This is not this is city that's doing this work at a library at Dundas and Bathurst. We have to look at the big picture as well. We talk about TTC. If you ever go down Jane Street, we have 5 buses at the stop, 5 buses, and 4 of them are vacant. 4 of them are empty. And you have 5 buses in a row. This is, if you want to improve transit, if you want to improve the TT, this is what you have to do. You have to look at that. Why do we have 5 buses and 4 of them are empty at one stop, at the same stop? This is congestion. And the issue that I'm having in my ward, and which I've tried to address, but staff is There's nothing we can do. I have traffic on Keel and Lawrence where traffic is going down all the residential streets because they have the 400, 401, take a shortcut down the residential streets, and there's absolutely nothing we can do. And all these residents have all this traffic going down their streets, and we can't address the issues that we have on the main street. I understand, I support this plan, but what I'm saying, we have to look at the bigger picture and look at what's happening in the whole city, not just downtown where we have, I agree, there is congestion. It takes me an hour to get here every day. But the thing is, we have to look at the congestion that we have in the suburbs as well. And I'm sure other councillors have the same issue in their ward. So it's not just a downtown issue. And there's nothing in this report that talks about how we're going to address congestion in the suburbs.
Thank you, Speaker. Up next, Deputy Mayor. 1 minute, please. Okay.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my colleagues for your care and your consideration on this really important item. And it's so critical for us to be seeing, debating, and looking closely at this update. We have seen the consistent evidence. We have felt it very deeply around traffic and congestion. And we also know that Toronto is the busiest city in North America for construction. And what we are feeling and experiencing is a result, number one, of construction-related closures. And we know that they're for good reason. They're often to bring improvements to our city that we know that we need, not now, but yesterday. New transit, more housing, and the renewal of our infrastructure. And I feel that even more acutely in our downtown communities, seeing the impact of traffic and congestion every day, of course, the impact and the frustration it creates, not just for people who are in cars, but for those of us who are getting around on public transit as well, for my residents and for people who are moving through our city. And I also know, and through this update, we are demonstrating how seriously we are taking this issue. And I want to give a special thanks to Deputy Mayor McKelvey for her leadership as chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. I want to give thanks to Mayor Chow for how seriously she has approached this issue, hitting the ground running, and most of all to Transportation Services staff and all the divisions who have weighed in on making this congestion management approach a serious success. And we talk about success as in progress. And while I say that in my downtown neighborhoods, I see the impact of traffic and congestion, I have also seen how some very targeted and specific measures have allowed us to make movement on this very serious issue. And I want to give a special thanks to Barbara Gray and Roger Brown and their teams for the efforts on this. And also to our city staff and to our leadership here in City Council that have been taking on the good ideas wherever we are finding them. From city staff's own investigation, from other jurisdictions, from the Toronto Region Board of Trade, from residents who are experiencing it, from visitors to our city, from our local businesses. There is nothing that we have not invited to be put on the table in order for us to address this issue with the seriousness that it requires. And I've been proud to work on initiatives that keep people moving in our downtown. That's included dedicated lanes for the 510 Spadina replacement bus, the Liberty Village Traffic Action Plan, which we heard more about, and support for our traffic agents where they are needed most and where they've been able to be most effective. We've also been implementing this when it comes to special events, the special events that Deputy Mayor Cole described as the ones that energize our city and we know have to be managed well in order for us to see real impact from the actions that we are making from the plan here, to keep transit moving, to keep our intersections clear, and managing flow in those areas that we know have specific attention and increased activity during those special events. I'm happy to see the collaboration that has led to this report and the recommendations, and to build on these plans and to expand them into new ones, again, particularly around hotspots like Liberty Village and the Gardner Harbor Street area. Moving forward, a series of measures to recoup some of the money that congestion costs us is critical, especially when it comes to the scale of disruption that we've seen on our roads, whether that is on the level of blocking our streetcar paths on streets, we saw it many times over the winter, to those of long and persistent closures of traffic for construction. These measures will help make sure that our roads are freed up quickly, and most of all, that we are increasing safety on our roads. We have already heard today the incredible and devastating impact when we are not taking safety on our streets seriously, and we have to see our approach to traffic and congestion as closely tied to our overall safety, security, and confidence on how we move around our city. Again, I want to thank everyone who has been part of bringing these measures forward here at City Council, amongst our staff, and most of all, the broader community of stakeholders who care about this as much as we do. And we're going to keep working on this, making plans for our city to learn and build and get better to keep us moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Crisanti, you are next.
Thank you, Speaker.
There you go.
Thank you so much. So, Speaker, first of all, I just also want to thank the Mayor for putting out some good suggestions and to fight traffic congestion. I'm going to make some comments on those as well. And I want to thank staff. It's a tough issue. It's a very complicated issue. There isn't a day that goes by up in Etobicoke North, Ward 1, the area that I represent, where my constituents are telling me, Councillor, can't something be done? On a good day, it takes anybody that lives up in my area about an hour and a half one way to get somewhere. That's a 3-hour commute, Speaker. If I could. Okay. Sorry, just toning it down here. It's a 3-hour commute for people up in my area, and that's on a good day. And then Councillor Matlow made a point about transit being the best alternative. Well, it's great. It could be the best alternative if you could have transit that you could actually rely on. So let me tell you a little bit about what we have up in Etobicoke North. Well, we don't have a subway. We don't have an LRT. There's been an LRT on Finch Avenue that we've been talking about for a number of years. It's still not green lighted. It's still not operating. And when the LRT is operating, by the way, if you're going westbound, it's an LRT that really doesn't take you very far. It terminates at Humber College. So I've been working on the extension of that LRT to a new GO station at Belfield on Highway 27 that will ultimately connect Etobicoke North with proper high-order transit. It simply isn't there today. So in the meantime, we have a community that relies on cars. So when it comes to dealing with congestion, it's a very serious issue. And I strongly believe that to deal with serious issues, we need a serious approach to resolving it. So just to the Mayor's motion for a moment. The first part of the Mayor's motion speaks to a blitz. I've done blitzes before up in Etobicoke North for various different reasons, whether it's parking or whatever. Blitzes are good. That's a moment in time that it might fix something temporarily. It's certainly not a long-term solution. And in fact, I would suggest it's not even a short-term solution. And when you have a blitz like that, it takes a lot of our police resources to have a successful blitz. And you're not going to do a blitz for 2 weeks. You're not going to do it for 2 months. If it's going to work, you're going to do it for a couple of years. Or don't do it at all. With respect to the next point, where the Mayor is requesting that the city manager establish a position of a congestion lead or a czar to focus on creative cross-divisional solutions to tackling congestion. Well, once again, the Mayor has said this, and I'm saying it as well. We got staff that are experts. We got staff that, when I asked them the question, are working together, not in silos, to resolve this issue. So when we have already staff on board, my concern is that this request to the city manager for a czar, what it's going to lead to, and the Mayor said, no, we're not hiring anyone, but I'm telling you now that this is going to happen. We're going to end up hiring someone that's going to supposedly be an expert in fixing this problem that we haven't been able to fix for the last 50 years. So the third part of the motion speaks to implementing signal priorities along Eglinton Avenue. So what happens, as Councillor Holyday said, you add green time one way, you're removing time from another direction. you're not really fixing anything there. And that's a real balancing act that I think we need to leave to our transportation department to figure that one out. That is not a serious solution. So we need long-term solutions that focus on serious solutions. We got to start removing obstacles. What's slowing us down? What's slowing traffic? Construction. Maybe we should look at incentivizing off-peak hour construction. Maybe we should look at areas of ensuring that construction does not take up lanes of traffic. Another area that I think we need to very seriously look at is doing a full review, and a lot of my colleagues here won't want to hear this, of our existing bike lanes that have actually resulted in removing full lanes of traffic. One quick example I'll give you because I'm running out of time. When I come down to City Hall, I drive down Scarlett Road from Eglinton, and Speaker, you know this, it's in your area, from Eglinton to St. Clair. There's always congestion there, bumper to bumper. Why? Because we have bike lanes southbound and bike lanes northbound. And to this day, I've yet to see a single cyclist use that bike lane. Speaker, thank you.
Well, I have seen a few. I live there, Councillor Crescenti. Yeah, okay.
I have not seen any.
Well, we don't have sidewalks, but actually pedestrians are walking on it because we don't have sidewalks. Yeah, we don't have sidewalks. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you ready?
Thank you. Councillor Burnside isn't here, but he had an idea. Just take out all the cars in Toronto. Councillor Crescenti, if we just took out all the stop signs, all the street, all of the traffic signals, took out all of the sidewalks, took everything out, we'd have no problem. All the cars could just drive around how they wanted. However, not just congestion, but traffic safety has been something on our minds. And I'll just remind you that today, Councillor Myers paid tribute to a young woman, 15 years old, who lost her life at a crosswalk. So the whining about bike lanes, the whining about crosswalks, the whining about sidewalks, stop whining. They keep people safe. I've just had it. That's my first part, what I want to say. My second part is, it's not just places where people are building things. I just want to remind all of you that building transit in a built-up city is a very difficult thing to do. All you have to do is walk down to the corner and see that for 5 years, the corner of the intersection of Queen and Yonge is closed in order to build transit. So, Councillor Crescenti, you can't wait for that transit, but I think you can wait for the congestion that comes with having to build the transit. It's a factor that we need to think about and understand, and I think tell our residents this is real life. It's a very difficult thing to build this new transit across our city, whether it's the Finch line, whether it's the Ontario line, no matter what it is, and add on that the state of good repair for TTC, add on that state of good repair for our roads, and you have basically a perfect storm. So when we're talking about congestion, I want to say that the Gardner takedown, that creates a lot of congestion. We have a river in our city. We have 3 actually. Get across the Humber, get across the Don River, get across the Rouge River. Crossing the Don River in my ward is very hard to go from downtown to go east. So the Gardner takedown is often down to 1 lane. Lakeshore, that had 5 or 6 lanes, get on the Gardner ramp, none of that exists. And we know that once you start that kind of construction, People will go on there, but they'll also find many other routes. So in my ward, Gardner, go up to Eastern. The bridge is down to 1 lane across the river. And then after that, you have the Ontario Line Bridge, because there's also a rail line there. So that's 3 large construction projects. Let's go to Dundas. We have the bridge for the Ontario Line. That's 4. We will soon have the bridge and station for the Ontario Line at Gerrard and Carlaw. That's 5. We also have Gerrard Street with the bridge, City Bridge under construction. 2 city bridges under construction, 1 Gardner under construction, 3 or 4 bridges under construction by the Ontario Line. And then we have a failure of the TTC at King and Church. For whatever reason, I've heard many different stories about the tracks for the streetcar, that it was deferred maintenance over and over again, deferred actually by the city. And now we're going to have 5 buses every 10 minutes that have to go up Broadview. Councillor Moyes has a whole thing happening to get that streetcar up to Queen Street from King Street. It's a massive mess because of a massive failure on state of good repair. So I do believe in somebody that's, as I mentioned, like a drone. They're flying everywhere and looking at everything. Can you really add one more project on when you have Gardner take down Eastern City Bridge, Eastern Ontario Bridge, Queen Street, no left turns, Dundas, etc., etc.? It really is a perfect storm at the moment. So yes, let's crack down on these expanding construction sites, but let's also understand, number 1, the impact of big construction in our city for transit. Number 2, be more careful, I guess, in our state of good repair so that we don't have these disasters that we're having to make so many changes. And number 3, I don't know how we have 2 bridges under repair and the Gardner Bridge under repair at the same time in my ward.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you.
Okay. Which one is it? Okay, I think that's the end of the speakers, so if we can ring the bells and put the motions on the screen, please. Councillor Fletcher, I have your pen. You left your pen on my desk. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to raise a point of order. I would like to vote on the 3rd element of the mayor's proposition separately. And if I can find that quick enough, I can identify it. It's the part that has to do with priority signals. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we have Councillor Crescenti is asking for every item to be separate. No. Wow. All right. So the motion. Okay. We have the mayor's motion.
appropriately. Thank you.
Motion 4 by Councillor Matlow. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Second motion is motion 5 by Councillor Bradford. Okay. Yes, we are. Okay. Okay.
Which are we doing? A, B, or C? Are we doing C? Okay.
Yes, it does.
Not on our screens here.
Okay. We're doing, okay,
Councillor Chang,
please.
please.
Okay, guys. We're voting on C right now.
Councillor Myers, please. Part C of motion 5 carries. The vote is 20-4.
So can you put, can you?
Point of order doesn't quite work because you really need to vote for A and B first. If those two are defeated, then you vote for C. And if that passed, then there's a report request. Right now, there's a report request, fine. But if A and B fail, how do you vote in favor of this motion? So it's a point of order.
Well, that's why I've asked the staff to put the motion back up on the screen. Because we voted, who asked that C be done separately? Well, that's the problem, because you asked for that to be separated. Yeah.
Speaker, if motions A and B fail, the vote on C stands because it modifies the mayor's motion.
All right, so I think now we're voting on, if we can put the motion back up on the screen, C passed, so we're voting on A and B. So we can highlight that portion so everybody could see. Where's Councillor Myers? Oh, there you are. Okay. So now, just to make it clear to everyone, C, we voted on, it passed. Now we're voting on A and B, okay? And it's highlighted. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Parts A and B of motion 5 do not carry. The vote is 5 to 19. So, Madam Speaker, the next vote is on the mayor's Part 2 as amended by C in motion 5.
Okay, so the mayor's motion.
And Madam Speaker, if I could just remind you in council that when we display the mayor's motion, the amendment will not be shown because we can't amend it that quickly. But it is a vote on the mayor's motion with Part 2 amended by Part C of motion 5.
Okay, the mayor's motion as amended. On favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Holiday asked for a separate vote. Okay.
So, Speaker, because Councillor Holiday asked for Part 3 to be voted on separately, we will vote on Part 1 and Part 2 as amended first, and then on Part 3.
Okay. Part 1 and 2 is amended. On favor? Carried. Now recorded vote on Part 3.
Just stand by while we stage it, please. Councillor Bradford, please. Part 3, as amended by Councillor Matlow's motion 4, carries. The vote is 22 to 2.
Okay, our next motion is a motion by Councillor Holiday. There it is on the screen. Yeah. This is 2A by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Carried. 2B. 2B is on the screen. On favor? Look up here. Look. Okay. You asked for recorded vote? Okay.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Pasternak. Motion 2B is adopted. The vote is 17 to 7.
Okay. Our last motion is motion by Councillor Coe. Councillor Coe, where are you? Okay, motion by Councillor Coe. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, we're done with that. Oh, yeah. Now we have to go to IE 20.2. There were no motions on that, right? Okay, so we just want to move. IE 20.2. On favor? Carried. Okay, that's done. Now, Councillor Sachs, you had a request. So what was your request?
Yes, please. I wonder if we could do EX 22.5 next, which is polling and notification, including lowering the polling age. There are 3 young activists who have been working on this for the last year, and some have been here all day, and they'd like to be here for this event. And so if my colleagues will permit, if we could call this one next, I'd appreciate it.
I believe that Councillor Halliday held the item down. Pardon?
Speaker, I'm fine. If we consider it now, it's fine.
I can't hear you.
Speaker, it's fine.
It's fine?
We want to consider it now.
Okay, members of council, would you agree that we deal with EX 22.5 now, because we have a couple of students that are in here waiting for this? On favor? Okay. So Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff?
Yes.
Okay, if anybody has any questions to staff, can you please put your name on the list? Councillor Holliday, can you put your name on there, please?
I'm trying.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Could the clerk comment on how many polls the city does and how many participants there are, even if it's approximate per year?
Madam Speaker, we issue about almost 5,000 ballots per year on average, and about half of those get returned to us.
Do we have a sense of approximately how many initiatives there are to conduct polls? Even if it's approximate. So I'm assuming it's not 5,000 polls to thousands and thousands of houses. That's or residences. That's the total number of places that receive a ballot. Speaker, it's not necessary. I mean, I can forego the question. It's not that crucial.
Speaker, I apologize to council. It's just switching to this item quickly. The staff member who's knowledgeable about this is not in the chamber, or we're sending for her.
So would you like, do you want to have a 5-minute break so we can get the proper staff in here to answer the questions?
Speaker, I mean, I'm okay. I don't want to hold up council on this. The only other question I would have is just a little bit around the process which is proposed. And so maybe I just change my question to, could the staff talk about, or the clerk staff talk about what the implication is? I'm assuming, and maybe we can just elaborate, I'm assuming that the data for the polls is enumerated from things like the voters list or some source. How then would people under the age of majority then get added to this process?
Madam Speaker, the current polling process, we use the data that we get from MPAC to populate the list of eligible voters. And if 16 and 17-year-olds do get added to the polling chapter and are eligible to vote, they would need to add themselves to the list because we do not have a data source to pull those names from. So it would be information sent out to the households that if they had 16 or 17-year-old residents, that they could then go through the process of doing a declaration, getting themselves on the list, and then we would send them a ballot.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this begets a question then. So is the idea then that the ballots would go out to the households? And there would be a clause on there that says, hey, if you're between 16 and 18 and you want to participate, call us and we'll send you a ballot. Is that the idea, or do we have to send a letter first and then?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, in the communication to the households where we're sending out the polling information, we would indicate that if there are 16 or 17-year-olds in the household that would like to vote, there is a process where a declaration form would be completed and sent to the city clerk's office, and we would add those people to the poll, and then we would issue those members a ballot.
So would that then extend the time at which it takes to complete the poll? And would that start to become more and more complicated?
Madam Speaker, not necessarily. We often have to add people to the poll once we send out the information to the households. If there's members of the households that weren't included in the impact data because there are new tenants or new owners, there is a process to add current people to the list, and so we don't anticipate it would cause any delays in that regard.
Okay, and to round this out, the polls that we're talking about really are front yard parking pad polls and polls with respect to on-street parking. Is that correct? That's the breadth of what we're speaking about.
Yes, that's correct.
And those really aren't applicable citywide. They are specific to certain areas.
Madam Speaker, those are neighborhood-based polls.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions on this item? Councillor Holliday, do you want to speak? Want to put your name down to speak?
So, Speaker, I won't support this. I do appreciate civic engagement and the interest of getting young people involved in civic issues, heck, even into politics. Not this election, but the last one, I even brought my son to the polling station and showed him how the voting worked. This election, I drove my oldest daughter to the polling station because it was her first chance to vote in a federal election. We had a great conversation on the way there, and frankly in the household. I mean, I guess that's part of living in a household where politics is very important, but I'm not sure that this is the most effective way. And in fact, it brings a whole bunch of complications and risks in where somebody might get it added to a poll in a very narrow circumstance in a very narrow number of cases. So, it's great that we might be able to get some younger people involved into a decision on a parking pad or on-street parking. But we're just talking a handful of people, I think, throughout the year. What are the downsides? Well, obviously cost, effort, complications going through the process with the clerk. But here's the one that I think really counts, where I think it will matter to people. And that is if somebody loses the opportunity to have a parking pad or gains the opportunity of a parking pad because suddenly the ballot got tipped by a couple of votes, or something big happens with respect to on-street parking. And suddenly that raises a whole bunch of secondary questions that I'm not sure everyone's going to be satisfied with. So I hate to condemn, ideas that, again, get young people involved in civics. But what I would round it out is to say there are so many other opportunities to be involved. The first and foremost would be parents of those young people, talk to young people about what a ballot means that comes to the House and why it's really important to fill these things out and have a conversation about what is going on and prepare them so that when the next poll comes or the next election comes, they exercise their right to go out and vote. And they're engaged and they feel included, and they want to do that when they turn 18 because it happens really quick between the age of 16 to 18. So this is where council just needs to weigh these things out and understand that, I see some benefits, but it's a handful. And then over here are a whole bunch of other risks and complications in doing this. And there are just so many other opportunities to do very meaningful things. And if somebody young really wants to get involved in civics and politics and so on, I mean, there's election campaigns that go on all the time. One going on right now, get out and volunteer and be part of that. And perhaps, maybe I've been lucky all my life to sort of see those things. And perhaps others would have that chance too. So I'm sorry, Speaker, I can't support it. I think it's an unnecessary complication that we add that introduces risks and additional considerations in return for a very modest change.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, Councillor Sachs, can you put your name on the list, please? Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. Some of you will remember that last year when I first brought this to council, there was a brief attached to it with the history and the justification for this change. First of all, I do want to acknowledge that some of the young people who've been working on this for so long are here in the chamber today. Alexei Toivianen was one of the first who brought this to me. We also have Alessia, who I guess is his sister, perhaps. Jaden Braves and Sarah Mora are here today from, yeah, exactly. Thank you for coming from Vote 16 and the Young Politicians of Canada. Their pitch to me was this. We have a real crisis in low voting by young people. And there is something we can do about it. There's good international research that if young people vote the first time they're eligible to vote, they're likely to become longtime voters and vice versa. We also know that young people are more likely to vote the first time if they do it in a structured environment with their friends, which is more likely to happen at 16 and 17 when they're in high school than at 18 when they've been cast to the winds and they're on their own either at work or at university or college. So if we want lifelong engagement, this is an easy thing we can do, is to take a step towards including 16 and 17-year-olds in our public process and give a precedent that will hopefully encourage the federal and provincial governments to change our election laws to include them. The second question I had was, okay, well, it's good that they're more likely to vote, but will they pay attention? Will they be knowledgeable? Will they be informed voters? And again, the research that was provided by Vote 16 and the Young Politicians of Canada is that, yes, people at 16 and 17 are just as likely to pay attention, just as likely to become informed, just as likely to be engaged as people who are 18 or 19. And again, perhaps more likely because they're in a structured environment where the schools can give them that support. And the third thing is that the consequences of these decisions that we make today bear even more heavily on young people than they do on people my age. Now, my colleague, Councillor Holliday, said, well, why should young people have a say about parking? Well, if you're 16, you can drive. If you're 16, you can own a car. Hope it's a lot cheaper if you own a bike. But, there's no reason why they have a different stake than anybody else. So this is not enfranchising young people permanently. That would be a great step, but that's not in our power. But this is a step that is within our power. It's a gesture in the right direction. It's a precedent-setting step that young people have asked us to do and that is easy for us to do and that the clerk has figured out how to do. And by the way, while they're doing it, they're also fixing some other problems with our current polling process to make their work easier. So I'd ask your support, and I'd ask also that we all express our thanks to the young people who have come to us today asking for our help.
The item, recorded vote.
Councillor Moyes, please. And Councillor Bradford. Councillor Chang. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Bravo, please.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Bravo, are you able to vote? In the affirmative, thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 18-3.
Councillor Fletcher, we're at your item now.
Camera for part of this item, we'll have to go in camera, so I don't know when you'd like to do that. Plus, Councillor Holliday had another item in camera.
Is this, which one are you going in camera for?
GFL. GG 19.27.
Oh, so you want to go in camera on that one. Are there any other in-camera items?
Did you have that in camera?
I don't think there's any other in-camera items.
I will put,
okay, so do you want to go into camera on this?
Yes,
Okay.
but I have one other, then we can go on the Dangerous Dog Tribunal.
Do you have the motion? Okay, so this, staff have your motion, Councillor Fletcher.
Which one?
To go in camera.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you add EC 19.5 on there?
Okay, do you want to read it out?
Oh. Council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider item GG 19.7, award of Doc 486-385-6516 to GFL Environmental Inc., containerized multi-residential collection of waste materials for solid waste management services, reason for confidential information, litigation or potential litigation, and solicitor-client privilege. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay, if I can ask everyone in the council chambers to please, except for the councillors and staff that are related to this matter, to leave. We are going in closed session. Resumed. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item GG 19.27, GFL Environmental, multi-residential collection of waste materials for solid waste management services. No motions were made in closed session. We will now proceed to the public debate. Okay, so we'll open it up this, Councillor Mantis is there. Okay, so we can open up the speakers list. Okay, we'll go to, do we have any questions in public? No, just speaking? Okay. Councillor Myers, would you like to speak first? Oh, you have questions? No. Okay, Councillor Myers to speak. Go ahead.
So I just want to move the motion. If staff could display it.
Okay.
So that City Council direct the General Manager, Solid Waste Management Services to include in all solid waste contract RFQs and/or RFPs going forward a condition that the bidder certify that they have provided a list of all environmental violations and/or infractions, including any and all convictions, and that this be incorporated into the evaluation process going forward. And just to be clear, this would not affect the current contract before us, but this is to do with future contracts. Under D2. Thank you.
Okay, is that it?
That's it.
Okay.
Short and sweet.
Councillor, oh, hold on, we have Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes. Clarification of the motion.
It really is clarification. I just wondered if the councillor could articulate, are they certifying that they've declared all of these issues, or are you actually asking for a list of the issues? Because I wondered if the latter was available from a government source.
Sorry, I'm not clear what you're asking.
Well, it says that that you're asking the bidder to certify that they have provided a list of all environmental violations and/or infractions.
That they know of, yes.
So are you asking to certify that all of those environmental infractions are known, or do you actually want them to generate a list? Because I thought a list could be obtained from an authority with jurisdiction.
Well, I think they should self-report. So when they bid on a bid, they should self-report all known violations or infractions that they know of as part of the evaluation process.
Okay.
And that criteria be included in the bid in terms of scoring.
Would we check it against like the ministry's records and stuff like that? Like where does this go?
I think you could check it against the ministry's records. I think you could just, there's sometimes reports, but there's not necessarily convictions. So I think you're just looking at what are all the spills, for example, that you've had? What are the infractions? What are the findings? And just report it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Get them to print it and I'll read it. Yeah. Lily?
Councillor Sachs.
Yeah, just a quick what I hope is a friendly amendment. Since spills and infractions under the Environmental Protection Act are not the same, do you want...
Can you speak through your mic, please?
Yes. I'm proposing as a friendly amendment that you add the word spills because many spills are not infractions.
Yes, I would consider that a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All right. So we want to finish this item before 6. Councillor Fletcher.
That she'd like to move, and then I'll move about keeping things.
You'll speak after Councillor Chen?
Yes, and I have a few quick releases, Councillor.
Okay, well, let's see if we can get this done before 6. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. I'd like to move a motion
Okay.
Like to direct General Manager of Solid Waste Management Services in collaboration with Executive Director of Environment, Climate and Forestry to report to the Infrastructure Environment Committee in the first quarter of 2026 the feasibility of an RFP for any future procurements of waste collection services and a procurement strategy that considers, incorporates, evaluates supplier performance and sustainability practices in alignment with Transform TO and the city's sustainability objectives, including reaching net zero by 2040, and how evaluation criteria can be placed in the solicitation regarding sustainable practices and regulatory compliance of proponents, and C, the feasibility of performing an environmental audit on current and future waste management contracts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. Speaker, I know we're rushed for time, so I'm just going to support the motions from my colleagues, and I'm going to move that the confidential information contained in confidential attachment 1 remain confidential in its entirety as it pertains to litigation or potential litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay. Whose motion is first? Councillor Myers' motion as revised by Councillor Sachs. Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Cheng. On favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Fletcher. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. We've completed that item. So before we recess, let's go to through quick items. Okay. Okay, who has quick items? Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'm letting go of the dogs. I'm going to release DM 29.1, appointment of a public member to the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal. Releasing that, Speaker.
Okay, you're releasing that? Okay. DM 29.
Yeah,
DM
not
20,
the one you care about.
DM 29.1, dangerous dogs. On favor?
No, the tribunal.
Yeah. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
And I believe that clerks have a motion for the heavy truck plan, DM 29.2, that has Councillor Chernos Lynn, Ward 15 added, and a date for May 11th. Assuming we have that, I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, let me see if the staff has your amendment.
I believe so. Did you put that in, Rachel?
Yeah, that's DM 29.2. Okay, if you just give us a minute.
Sure.
Kelly, can I release the AI one?
Oh, okay. So I ask her to do it again? Okay, hold on, Councillor Fletcher.
Sure.
Councillor Chernos Lynn, you made an amendment at the last meeting, so can you do it again so we can vote on both?
So I submitted a motion earlier today, just adding the following words, Ward 15 and other affected wards, after Ward 14, so that it now reads as follows in Section 2. City Council direct the General Manager, Transportation Services to include the requirement for a heavy truck safety plan as a permit condition in transportation permits issued to Metrolinx Ontario Line contractors in Ward 14, Ward 15, and other affected wards subsequent to April 11th, 2025.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, your motion?
I believe.
Oh, you made it. Okay. Yes. Councillor Fletcher, can you place your motion now? Okay, go ahead.
That's right. I'm placing it.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. There it is.
For May 11th. I don't see it yet. I'm sure it's coming. That's right. By May 12th, that's the amendment. And then Councillor Chernos Lynn has her amendment. So that is what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, so on Councillor Chernos Lynn's amendment, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher's amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you.
Release, please.
Okay.
EC 19.5. One, I have a motion and Councillor Holiday has a motion, and I've seen that and I'm fine with that. So I'd like to move my motion on this item.
Addressing dangerous dogs?
Yes, which the clerks have given me.
Councillor Fletcher is releasing EC 19.5
I have
address.
an amendment.
Yeah, and Councillor Fletcher has an amendment. If we can put the
And Councillor
amendment.
Holiday has an amendment.
Yes, I know.
Thank you.
So let's put Councillor Fletcher's amendment on the screen first. There it is. Okay. Then Councillor Holiday, your amendment. Okay, just a sec.
That administrative fairness is very important for all our tribunals. And this number 2 is to ensure that the Dangerous Dog Tribunal is working with that very important tenant. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, your amendment.
Yes, Speaker. If I can move my amendment, which adds a bit of the reporting.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday's motion is on the screen. Okay. So on Councillor Fletcher's amendment, on favor, carried. Motion by Councillor Holiday. Amendment on favor, carried. Okay. Oh, and Councillor Fletcher, can you move the confidential?
Yes, I can. Happy to do that, Speaker. Moving the confidential attachment.
Okay. Okay, then Councillor Fletcher is moving the confidential item. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. GG 20.4, establishing the City of Toronto's Mayor Awards for Artificial Intelligence, Innovation with City Division Agencies and Boards. I advance circulated a motion. I think Councillor Carroll is good, and I'd like to release that.
Okay, which item is it again, sorry?
GG 20.14, establishing the City of Toronto's Mayor's Awards for Artificial Intelligence, Innovation within City Divisions, Agencies and Boards.
Okay. On GG 20.14, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. On favor. Oh, you have a motion?
Yeah, sorry, it was advance circulated.
Oh, okay, so we'll put your motion on the screen. Okay, The amendment by Councillor Ainslie, all in favor? Carried. Item is, oh, okay, that's the item. Okay,
And then I have one more.
one more.
IE 20.11, changing the night of garbage collection for the West End, Ossington, Queen West College Promenade areas. Councillor Holiday, I think we're okay. And I'd like to release that with an amendment. Moving my amendment.
Okay, let's put your amendment on the screen. There it is, an IE 20.11. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
And sorry, Councillor Fletcher, you're waiting on. Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, first on CC 29.1, ensuring Toronto's local summer festivals benefit from the World Cup. There are two motions. The first one is actually amending, it's just some minor wordsmithing of the recommendations that are already there.
Okay, just let's put the motion on the screen.
Yes, there are two-part motions.
No. No, don't release that.
I think they're talking about something unrelated. Pretty sure. What? The festivals thing. You told me to go ahead.
No, sorry, that's fine.
He means yes.
Yes.
In that case, let's all do somersaults.
Okay, let's put the motion. Oh, there it is there. CC 29.1.
It was originally held by Councillor Perks because it didn't have a mover yet. I am that mover.
Okay, so the amendments on the screen by Councillor Carroll, CC
Yes.
29.
So this is some minor wordsmithing of what is before you on the CMP. Pretty straightforward, and festivals and the word all.
Okay, so the amendment by Councillor Carroll.
And then there is an added motion, added recommendations after consultation with staff and the mayor.
Okay.
And this is the added motion.
Okay. Is that it? Okay. Okay, first motion by Councillor Carroll. 1A, on favor, carried. 1B, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
3, which is procurement to support activities funded for the Soccer for All Legacy Fund. We have already adopted that today, but there was a supplementary report with recommendations in it, so we need a reopening and then to vote on those supplementary recommendations.
Okay, so
she's saying yes as well.
can I have a motion? Yeah, motion to
reopen?
Reopen CC 29.3, on favor, carried.
And
Okay,
then
so
it's simply to adopt the recommendation in the supplementary report?
which is CC 29.3A.
Oh, here it is, yes.
On the amendment, on favor, carried.
And the item, thank you. Thanks, Madam
Item
Speaker.
is amended? That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. I can, there's an amendment to NY 22.22 Duncan Mill Road pedestrian crossing protection. There's an amendment and then I can release that.
Okay, just let me find it. NY 22.22?
Correct.
Duncan
Thank
Mill
you.
Road. Okay, so Councillor Burnside is releasing NY 22. Oh, you have an amendment. Okay, it's on the screen.
Yeah.
The amendment by Councillor Burnside. On the amendment, on favor. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Morley, you have a release?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm holding IE 20.7. I just have a motion. I'm happy to release it and move my motion.
On the screen, that's on IE 20.7, basement flooding protection. Okay, the motion is on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, then on CC. Yeah, we just did it now. Okay, so Councillor Morley, Councillor Perruzza wants to reopen the item. We'll have to deal with it tomorrow. On favor? To reopen? Carried. On CC 29.9, which I held, I'm going to release. And I have an amendment. Can't I move it? No. No, yeah, you have the motion. Yes, you do. Oh, it's not written. Okay, I'll wait till tomorrow. We sent it to you a couple days ago. I'll wait for tomorrow. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker. Item PH 20.7, Toronto's academic housing strategy, improving housing outcomes for post-secondary students, wards all. I believe Mayor Chow has submitted a small amendment on that, and if we have that amendment ready.
I think Councillor Holiday.
On that item? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Trying to help the students get housed. I thought it was the other one you were concerned about.
So, may I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills moved by Mayor Chow? Okay, it's on the screen. Mayor Chow.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of the City Council meeting 29 on April 23rd, 2025.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Carried. We're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.